chat, it's borderline feline. Zio strategy member. Folks, that was I'ma Pull the Trigger by Funk Master and Camo Main. Thank you so much to that underground sound. Folks, this is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. The Harbinger, a.k.a. the realest motherfucker on Twitch. If you just so happen to be wandering around the internet looking for real news, by God, you actually fucking found it. Congratulations. Your search is over. Now the real work begins. Big props to your boy JFK, who took a couple to the dome himself. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. We were also watching just random gameplay footage from a really good game called Cruelty Squad. No correlation to what I'm going to be talking about in a couple seconds. All right, folks, this is the fucking stream. Here we go. I haven't been, I've been super busy. I got a big road trip, Christmas thing. I got to fucking take it's a whole thing. All right? I want to stream. Anyway, I won't get into it. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being here. It's the view that you give me is the number one thing. But I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a happy holiday. As happy as one can be while embroiled in the struggle. This is a lifestyle. It has to be fought that way. We have to make these sacrifices. We can't live comfortably numb like our parents and like a lot of millennials around us are encouraging. Run away, run away. Don't judge me if I do that. That time is over with. The lunatics have taken over the asylum, and if we don't defend our democracy, if we don't defend our liberty, we will lose it. Ask a Ukrainian. Big props to Chem Goblin, by the way. So we're going to start off by talking once again about the insurance company, insurance industry. Now, I'm well known, if you've been watching the stream for a while, I always say, don't talk to me about insurance, because that's like, I'll flip out. I will flip out. I'll get emotional. I've hated insurance for a very long time. God, of course, a text message the moment I click start stream. I love that. Yeah, nap time. Okay. Okay, return it. Hold on. I will not be distracted by this goddamn fucking blinking machine cell phone that I look at way too much. But anyway, a running theme in my stream is how much I hate insurance. This is not new, but of course it's in the news. This is what using your insurance feels like.
Hey, I just came in person to make extra sure I'd be covered for the surgery I need in 30 minutes. It says here that, no. What? Why? Okay, so you have the Premium Gold Plus plan, right? It says here in the contract that we literally never have to give you money for any reason ever if we just don't feel like it.
Basically.
Stop making my job so hard. At least give me a real pre-existing condition.
Yeah, and you know, it's it it is that ludicrous. It is that ludicrous. We have people right now, as we speak, on their deathbed, on hold to their insurance company, challenging a denial. United Healthcare used an AI that apparently had a 90% error rate to review everyone's claim, deny it, forcing everybody to challenge every little thing. And why? For the goddamn ching ching. For the fucking money. So just got a couple examples of some reactions. Overreactions. Corrections. Interesting things I found. Let me tell you, folks, everything you hate about the insurance company, about the insurance setup in the United States, is about to get way fucking worse. So get ready. I'm in a massive fight with my mother right now because she doesn't have a job. And she wholly depends on government benefits, because of her age and some disabilities, et cetera, unemployment, not unemployment, but Social Security. And I'm telling her, she's like, she was a big Kamala, neoliberal, supporter, bless her heart. She would support a Bernie. She absolutely supported Bernie. She would absolutely support an AOC, over a Kamala. So, but, she doesn't have the time or wherewithal, like most people, to dig like I do. So she doesn't understand, some of the nuances about, the corrupt neoliberal party, but her heart's in the right place. Anyway, I'm in a massive fight with her because I'm like, Mom, these psychopaths are absolutely going to take your benefits away, reduce them, or take them away completely. So here's some examples of the insurance industry here overreacting, and then I'm going to get into just how willing these fascists are. And yes, it's fascism, folks, and I have proof. How willing these fascists are to say, fuck millions of people. I mean, it's crazy. It seems insane because Donald Trump is promising to make millions of people utterly miserable. And I'm not talking about middle class. I'm talking about fucking trailer park. I'm talking about lower class. Those people are about to get railroaded, nuked. People just like my mom, right on the edge of poverty. She's old, she's frail, she doesn't want to work anymore. She's sick of it. I get it. But I'm in a fight with her because it's like, Ma, you got to do something. You got to make some money or something. They're going to fuck you. And everyone's like, oh, well, no, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. Everyone, it's like, I talk to, I get in, it's, no one is really quite understanding. I think there's a level, they do kind of understand it. But it's like so horrific. It's just like, I don't want to deal with this. I get it, but I'm not that guy. Hopefully you're not that kind of person. At the very least, defend yourself. At the very least, defend yourself. It's embarrassing at this stage to be blindsided. Okay? It really is. At this stage, it's a little embarrassing. You got the motherfucking world in your pocket. You have the world in your pocket. You have the goddamn Library of Alexandria in your fucking pocket. So at this stage, it is a little embarrassing. to be blindsided by what's happening. So anyway, insurance company, this is nuts, and we're probably going to see more of this. Like I said, this is just a taste. This is Joe Biden's world, right? Who, by the way, the insurance company fully captured the neoliberal Democratic establishment. Let's not get it twisted there. Completely captured. But no, here we go. This woman literally just, I'm being coy about the situation because of shit like this. Florida woman breaks down in tears after she became the first Luigi Maggioni copycat to be arrested. Copycat. Colin Rugg over here. Copycat. Oh, well, what did she do? Did she dress just like him, find a CEO, and gun him down on the sidewalk just like Luigi did? No, not exactly. Brianna Boston, a 42-year-old mother of 3, was arrested for making threats to Blue Cross Blue Shield over a rejected medical claim. The woman who is now facing up to blah, blah, blah. Twitter. Wow. Copycat. Making threats. Listen to this. This is what she did. This copycat, she was jailed for being rude on a phone call with her insurance. She didn't make threats. I think she said deny, defend, that thing. I think she said that and then hung up the phone. So the extreme overreaction has already happened. This should not be legal. This is not a threat. Because if this is a threat, then literally every fucking conservative who does one of these daddies, right, or any other number of fucking dog whistles should be in the same fucking situation. This is frightening shit. This is oligarchy. So I just want to show you what some insurance companies are like, oh, I'm a little worried. Other insurance companies are doubling the fuck down. So here we go. Not medically necessary. Family says insurance denied prosthetic arm for a 9-year-old child. Oh, come on. She can use her nub. I am an AI robot, and I have determined that this child should only have one arm. So I guess that solves the railroad equation then, huh? More people die. That's a good thing. More suffering. Great. 9-year-old kid. Doesn't have an arm. Who knows why? Insurance company says use your fucking nub.
I'm coming.
9-year-old Remy Bateman excitedly rides her bike, demonstrating how a piece her parents added makes it easier.
That is a homemade.
Remy Bateman
That is homemade.
excitedly rides her bike, demonstrating how a piece her parents added makes it easier for her to do.
Oh,
I am
I see.
riding my bike. This is how I ride my bike.
Or missing her
It's an
hand below
attachment
the
for the
elbow.
bike.
Remy's
Okay.
used prosthetics like this one that she's now outgrown.
It's really small and just strap.
But a recent trip to Colorado.
Wow. So she was born with this. She's had this issue since she was a child. Wow. And I'm dealing with this right now. Not, my child's blind. Thankfully, he has all his arms and legs here, but it really does. It is incredibly tragic. It is incredibly hard for a parent to have to deal with this, and then on top of all that grief and all that pain, and having to, because you don't get to raise your kid in a normal way sometimes. I mean, this one probably, it's no big, not that. She can still see, so that changes things, right? So there's different gradations there, and then on top of all that, the insurance company says, nah. Oh, by the way, we're going to raise our premiums too, by the way. Yeah, you're going to pay us more. Yeah. Oh, you want out of your contract early? Oh, that's going to be, who knows how much. I don't know how it fucking works anymore. I'm going right back into it, though. Can't wait. Big props to Female Eunuchs and your boy, Lenny, the #1 streamer on Twitch. Folks, go get yourself some Lenny. All right, like and subscribe. Your boy from south of Boston. Thank you, Lenny. Suffering is not part of my neural network, does not compute. Exactly. How does it work in the U.S. if someone loses their limbs to sepsis? Does the insurance cover it? Well, it depends. You know, they would say, did you get sepsis because you are, you know, I don't know, because because you gave yourself sepsis in some way. Big props to Ribbons, by the way. Thank you for coming back. Ribbons, female eunuchs, all you folks. Thank you for the view. But that's what they're saying now. It's like, oh, well, did you do it? Oh, did you do it?
Sparked new hope.
Well, we got a magic computer that says you shouldn't get any money for the insurance that you paid for. So there you go. It's totally legal. We can just do that now.
See it, how it kind of just blends in with her normal arm.
This video from that trip shows Remy using a bionic arm, making her normally limited left side completely functional.
You are doing really good.
How needed is this? This is 100% needed.
After so much encouragement, Jamie, Remy's mom, says they were informed by insurance the hero arm would not be covered, calling the prosthetic not medically necessary.
It just doesn't make sense to you.
No, it doesn't. They've approved 3 prosthetics before in her lifetime, so I can't figure out why they refuse to.
They ratchet it up. You know, they collude. They speak to they get into a room together and they speak and they talk about, okay, how are we going to do it? It's a ratcheting process. So that makes perfect sense. Well, yeah, we used to do it. Well, now we got, more and more layers. They invest billions of their own dollars into programs and systems and human beings, of course, to deny claims. It's you're like, what? Yeah, no. It's because they see it as a big profit. Every denied claim is more money in their pocket. It's twisted. It's disgusting. And it's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the insurance industry. The whole industry needs to be wiped out and straight up socialized. There's no fucking reason why we need profit seeking in the insurance industry. We need insurance. That's a good thing. That's a smart thing. We don't need private insurance. It is a cancer on society.
Deny this one.
Here is a letter from insurance. You can see Select Health has doubled down on its decision to withhold coverage. This despite documentation the family says proves medical necessity.
Did you dispute that decision?
Yes, yeah, we've appealed it once. This is the second denial letter that we have gotten.
Today I went to Select Health and followed up on the Bateman's case. I asked why, if doctors say the prosthetic is medically necessary, they're denying coverage. They responded by citing privacy laws.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, we care so much about the privacy of the person that is willingly getting on the news. We're so worried about this woman who is publicly talking about her situation and putting her name and face on the news. Oh, we care so much about privacy. They just get away with it. And let me tell you, it's going to be supercharged. Supercharged. Welcome back, blessed up kid. Change the photo there. Another picture from the childhood. That's a good theme. I like that. It's a good shtick. Zero insurance is needed. No. We need insurance. Okay? When bad shit happens, okay, which it does, you need to be covered, right? You get, the car accident scenario, health, okay? Fucking airplane falls on your house, right? All that makes sense. What doesn't make sense is profit seeking. Well, sure, life lesson, but I mean, you need it for the things that are unexpected in life. You can't live in a bubble and expect good things to happen. But I do agree, that it's like, one of the reasons why we have a need for insurance is because of how capitalism, makes everything more expensive, makes everything harder to reach. I understand all that. We're not going to get to communism right away. Okay, honey? We got to start somewhere. That somewhere is democratic socialism. Okay? So, in the meantime, between now and 100 years from now, when socialism, Marxism, all that kind of shit can be more debated, talked about without all the fear mongering, right? Then we can start talking about basically if we want to reduce the power of capital, we need to do it piecemeal, one step at a time. Hybridize and mix the bowl of socialism and capitalism. You just keep mixing the bowl until it tastes good, right? Till you got yourself a new ism. So that's my take on that. We can't overreach. And yeah, I mean, we can talk about how theoretically the entire insurance industry shouldn't even exist because we should be living in a situation where if something bad happens to you, it's not going to bankrupt you, it's not going to make you into a pauper. Bowlism, yeah, okay. Yeah, but really I like to talk about things from a perspective of the rubber hitting the road. What does this look like now? How do we get there? Right? That's you're talking about step 70. We're still at step 1, right? Yeah.
Doctors say the prosthetic is medically necessary. They're denying coverage. They responded by citing privacy laws.
Fuck
We
you.
have seen what she can do being over in Colorado for 3 days. She wore the prosthetic for a trial. She was able to do 110%.
Yeah,
Insurance
Zia, dude.
doesn't cover this. What does that mean for you guys?
So isn't that great? Isn't that great? And look at this. It's tragic.
guys.
Look, her arm, her hand. It's much smaller, right? She's clearly outgrown it. An insurance company, nah, deal with it. Come on, watch some YouTube. Make something out of PVC pipe. Come on. That's what I would do. I'm a multimillionaire, and that's exactly what I would do. I would just scrape it together and grab my bootstraps because I'm such a hard-working boy.
So we would have to pay out of pocket, and it, I believe, is $24,000, and that is a lot of money.
So here, I have an example. My son needs a walker kind of thing. You strap him into it. It's got like a chest thing, and it helps him walk. He hasn't learned how to walk or crawl because he's blind. Blind children have reduced development in their early years because they don't have sight. So he has this whole thing. Goddamn thing was $8,000. $8,000. It's an advanced piece of medical equipment. Thank goodness the Canadian government came in, helped us out, right? They're going to cover it. We don't technically own it. We have to give it back once he's outgrown it so that it can be given to another kid, right? But it had to be bought, had to be purchased because there wasn't any left to swap out, right? So, but that would have hurt us. That would have hurt us. $25,000. We couldn't be able to do it. We couldn't be able to do it. This is what these companies are doing to us. Got some good news here for you, folks. From More Perfect Union. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to More Perfect Union. Breaking: Amazon workers in New York City are going to strike right before Christmas. Fuck yeah. Company's busiest time. The first unionized Amazon warehouse is going to shut down in a historic walkout. So that's great news. I totally encourage it. We need a general strike. We are going to need a general strike. That is the solution when Trump goes too far. We're going to hit him right in the money bags. Okay, people that oh, general strike. Oh, that sounds like what is that, Noriega? What is that? Oh, you sound like Hugo Chavez. Oh, yeah. That's what they'll be saying at first. That's what the mainstream media will be saying. The pain will be immense. It will be unignorable. And there will be demands for a response from the general public, from the tens of millions of Americans whose quality of life is going to be dramatically reduced. Welcome back, Gaius and Ice King of Space. All the OGs. All the OGs are back. Watch out. So this is kind of interesting. It must be a coincidence. Must be a coincidence. I'm doing as well as I can. It really does feel like I'm about to go over a roller coaster because I pay so much attention to this, right? I don't allow myself to ignore it. I don't give myself that comfort. A lot of people can't handle that. Sometimes I can't handle that. Sometimes, like last night, I got to take, because I'm all alone, wife's gone. Daddy took a lot of mushrooms last night. And it was fucking crazy. Let's just say my night ended in the shower. Just in the shower. But I bought, like for the election, I bought a shitload of mushrooms. I still have 1 pack left. So I bought a shitload. I was like, hey, I'm alone. Right? So I get it. If you can't beat yourself up like that is what I'm trying to say. If you can't absorb. But for me, because I'm because I don't give myself that comfort anymore to become comfortably numb, it really does, that inauguration, Trump's first day, Trump's first week, Trump's first month, it really does feel like a roller coaster. And I have evidence already that the market is feeling very, very nervous about the whole situation. And rightfully so. But back to this, very interesting. Must be a coincidence, right? North Carolina's Atrium Health says it will forgive the debts of 11,500 people. Less than a week after NBC News reported that the company has aggressively pursued former patients' medical debts, placing liens on their homes to collect on bills. So this insurance company, I can't even remember what is it? Which one is it? Convenient how MSNBC doesn't even... Oh, Atrium Health. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, shut up. Slow down. Slow your roll. Slow your roll, buddy. Yeah. Get your house taken, right? So 11,500 people were getting notices from the insurance company. Oh, we're taking your house. Getting notices from the bank. We're about to take your house. Insurance company's going to take your house. It's all legal. Suck it up. Suck it up. And they were aggressively pursuing this. Right? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. We're doing this. Yep. Motherfucker gets zeroed. Week later. Well, change our mind. I'm not saying violence works. I'm not saying violence is the answer. Okay? I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that you push people too far, people react. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. It's not just the Republicans. Let's not forget Obama during Occupy Wall Street. Fucking Dianne Feinstein over here doing everything she can to make sure that the government can spy on Americans as much as possible. Welcome back, Promethean. Here's a little taste of mainstream, just how out of touch mainstream is. Brett Stevens, he's a hack. always pulling shit like this, right? Saying shit like, you know, the Democrats should acquiesce to the Republicans and we need to shift to the right more and blah, blah, you know, all the wokesters and all that shit. Same shit. Well, here's his genius take. Brian Thompson, not Luigi Maggioni, is the real working class hero. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Right. Right. Brian Thompson has tens of thousands of lives on his head. Decisions that Brian Thompson made directly resulted in the death of tens of thousands of people. I'm not even talking about Joe Rogan over here with the goddamn coronavirus and ivermectin, right? Which is just giving a lot of people really bad advice. This man went to a meeting, looked at some numbers, looked at some stuff, said, okay, how can we cut? How can we cut? Yep, cut. Engorged himself. Once again, I do not think assassinations are the answer. We were talking about this when we were speculating. It's like we all knew it. This guy's been wronged by the insurance companies. He's either had family members die or he himself is in a situation, and it's both for Luigi. Guy can't even have sex. He's got major back problems. Insurance company, he saw his future. Right? And that he's alive. He's in jail. So now, it's not over. But at the very least, I think the state's going to have to cover everything. Book back snow. Some companies will sell the past due invoices to debt collection agencies to hound the customer. Oh yeah. And those debt collection agencies are, they have no scruples. Amazon might also get more strikes if they do not give in demands on December 15th across the USA. That's what I'm talking about. At least that's what I'm getting from this article. So we got drop site news over here. Holiday strike at Amazon. Amazon workers at 10 warehouses will strike the company, not begin bargaining. Jeff Bezos says no. Jeff Bezos smells blood in the water. He's like, I'm about to get everything I want with Trump. I'm about to get more than I've ever dreamed of with Trump. Why the fuck would I listen to these peasants right before I get the fucking golden ticket? This has to happen. It needs to happen. It shouldn't be an if. It should be a promise. Yeah, great. You always got the best ones, female. So the coverage has been very, very interesting, right? Because here's the right wing loves to turn murderers into heroes, loves vigilantism when it's a white guy or a MAGA guy killing a minority or a liberal, blowing the arm off a liberal. Right? We got Kyle Rittenhouse, that piece of shit. We got Zimmerman, that horrid piece of shit. Both of them taking full advantage of the grift to make money after they murdered somebody. Like O.J. Simpson, man. Like if Charles Manson comes out, makes some ching-ching. Check out his album, by the way. Check out Charles Manson's album. You might be surprised. So here's the right now reacting to Luigi. And of course, because it's left-wing coded, they're taking full advantage. Hypocrisy does not matter. It needs to be repeated, but sometimes it's so stark. Sometimes it's so right in your face. It's like we have to show it. So this video perfectly encapsulates the hypocrisy in full display here, right? Because we're going to see the right celebrating murderers and then wagging the finger. Oh, you can't kill billionaires. You can't do that. That's not nice. Which it isn't, by the way.
Let's get loud for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Murder, assassination, vigilantism. It's wrong, it's evil, it's despicable. There's no hero. Cheering for the murder of an unarmed man is beyond sick.
For anyone that sympathizes and empathizes with a murderer, that is completely upside down in our American society. There are people that need to reevaluate their inner soul and their moral compass. There is nothing acceptable to me about that.
Wackos are treating suspected killer as a folk hero. Actual praise for the murder itself.
To sympathize with them, it's just disgusting.
You know, they have a Bonnie and Clyde syndrome in the DSM-V4 in psychiatric treatment, and that's when some people are enamored by criminals.
You don't have the right to go out and kill somebody and take, vigilante justice into your hands. So I think it's really disturbing to people across the country as they tune in and hear, people excited and saying there's joy from this. I think it's really concerning.
Says it all, right? Great clip, right? I was like, God damn, that hits it. That nails it. If they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any standards at all. There we go. Top comment. Get behind Satan. Praise him. Praise him. Okay. The difference for Luigi is the charge was first-degree pre-planned murder. That's a hard charge to beat. No, he's you do the crime, you do the fucking time. I don't believe in crime as a solution to crime. I don't believe in eye for an eye. You do the crime, you do the time. Okay? That's justice. That's the law. All right, moving on from insurance companies. McDonald's workers snitched on him, of all people. I mean, homie wasn't a genius. Okay, let's not get it twisted. He's not a goddamn mastermind. This isn't the fucking Jackal. Okay. He thought he was being cute. He was being cute. Monopoly money in the goddamn bag, little messages on the bullet casings, which nice touch. If that was the only indulgence, right? If that was the only indulgence, motherfucker, you leaving evidence, and then the coup de grace, the goddamn mask. You took the mask off in the one place, and then you're taking the mask off to eat the hash brown in the restaurant. I understand. Look, you got to eat. Okay, look, I'll just get in, get out. Right? I'll get a couple things off the dollar menus. Scooby-Doo. I got my mask on. Never take it off. Got my hood up. I'm really cold and sick. Leave me alone, right? It's all justified. No. Homie orders a goddamn breakfast meal, sits down in the restaurant. What the fuck are you doing? Okay? Not a genius. Moving on from insurance companies, this was a very interesting thing put in the general. By the way, thanks to everybody who's contributing in the Discord. We got Tisriel here, Chem Goblin, Woke Patriot, Davey, strategy member. I see you there. Yamanaman, thank you so much. This was posted by Yamanaman, by the way. So just want to give props to everybody in the Discord. Thank you. The getaway bike's a nice touch, right? Anyway, I made my point. Let's change the subject here. Mirror life. What? What is this? So check this out. It's frightening. Because, there's still this speculation that COVID was man-made. We don't know for sure. I'm right on the fence on that one. Kind of similar to the pipeline. We do not have enough data to say definitively whether it was or wasn't. On the COVID, I'm kind of 60% leaning towards man-made. right? To be frank. What I'm getting at, governments like China, like Russia, like the United States are absolutely spending billions with a B, probably trillions with a T, okay, on creating mega viruses. The whole idea, okay, it's insane, but I'm almost certain of this. The holy grail of these projects is to create some virus that kills only Chinese people, or kills only Russians, or kills only Americans, right? Some kind of virus that you can program, right, and say, only attack this region, and then stop and kill yourself. The virus kills itself, whatever. I'm almost certain. Because one of the big reasons why you don't want to use chemical weapons on a mass scale, especially really, really good, deadly ones, which we absolutely, totally can create, is that, depending on which way the wind blows, all of a sudden, you're macing yourself. You're melting your own skin off. A virus that targets political streamers. Don't give them any ideas. Okay? Don't give them any ideas. Didn't that happen with the... I'm sure it did. Anytime chemical weapons are used on a mass scale, there's always blowback on that. Yeah, like literal blowback, yeah. Anyway, getting back to the article here. Unprecedented risk to life on Earth. Scientists call for a halt on mirror-life microbe research. This is frightening stuff, folks. Just turn this off real quick. Experts warn that mirror bacteria constructed from mirror images of molecules found in nature could put humans, animals, and plants at risk of lethal infections. So just as a layman, when I hear that, when I read that, I think these guys are taking the blueprint of life and then inverting it to create horrific abominations, I assume. It's just like my animes. World-leading scientists have called for a halt on research to create quote-unquote mirror-life microbes amid concerns that the synthetic organisms would present an unprecedented risk to life on Earth. Anti-life. Yeah, it's like the anti-life equation. Mustard gas was banned after World War I and napalm and banned after the Vietnam War. Yeah, a fat lot of good that did, huh? How much napalm we drop on that goddamn country. The International Group of Nobel laureates and other experts warn that mirror bacteria constructed from mirror images of molecules found in nature could become established in the environment and slip past the immune defenses of natural organisms. Makes perfect sense. Nature has never seen this. So we could create this and then unleash it on the earth and have no control over it, putting humans, animals, and plants at risk of lethal infections. Although a viable mirror microbe would probably take at least a decade to build, a new risk assessment raised such serious concerns about the organisms that the 38-strong group urged scientists to stop work towards the goal and asked funders to make clear they would no longer support the research. Quote from the scientist, "The threat we're talking about is unprecedented," said Professor Vaughn Cooper, an evolutionary biologist at the University of Pittsburgh. Quote, "Mirror bacteria would likely evade many human, animal, and plant immune system responses, and in each case would cause lethal infections that would spread without check." And let me tell you something. Consistent Mike. Okay. Yeah, I bet. Let me tell you something. Welcome back, Merton. This recommendation from this group of experts who know what the fuck they're talking about, unlike the people that are going to be making the decisions about whether this shit should be made, are not going to listen to the advice of these men. Okay? They are not going to listen to these guys. Oh, great, we can make abomination. We could, the military thing. Oh, that's great. Oh, what kind of monsters can we make? Oh, can we make a big monster? Strap a rocket launcher on its back? You think I'm lying to you? You don't think the military sits around and thinks about how they can do this shit? Oh, what kind of crazy mega virus can we make? How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, how's it going? We got the governments across the world working on the goddamn anti-life equation. That's how it's going. Welcome to the News Underground. Anyway, fascinating article. Totally out of our control. God help us all. You know, we're all worried about nukes, right? We got nothing. Honestly, the whole idea of like nuclear annihilation is kind of old school. Sure, it's still on the table. Yeah. But it's stuff like this. I'm more convinced that stuff like this is what's going to do it if we destroy ourselves. Here we go, a little puff piece for everybody. This is amazing. I didn't hear about. I'm a gamer. I follow gaming news pretty closely. I didn't hear about this project, but some out of work actors recreated Hamlet inside Grand Theft Auto, and they did it, you know, in a live online session. So there's like, like they're performing Hamlet, and you know, someone comes in with a jet and missiles them. So very interesting stuff here. We're not going to watch the whole thing, just the first minute here. But I found, you know, I'm a gamer. I find this to be fascinating. Don't be mad. Yeah, Mike, look, go ahead and just tell us you're a goddamn Trump supporter and fucking leave.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
You're watching scenes from a 90-minute movie about a production of Shakespeare's Hamlet set entirely in a video game.
Here we go.
Their way to dusty death.
Lockdown. 2 out-of-work actors with nothing to do and nowhere to be, apart from Los Santos, the fictional current home of Grand Theft Auto, one of the most successful and violent games of all time. The actors were bored and frustrated, but they had an idea.
We are making a documentary about me trying to set up a Shakespeare production.
A real-time production of Hamlet with a real cast and real crew, staged in the unpredictable world of GTA.
If I could just request that you refrain from killing each other. Oh, and don't kill the actors either.
Do you think that doing a production of Hamlet inside GTA is achievable?
No, I think it's a terrible idea, but I definitely think we should try and do it.
Well, Grand Theft Hamlet really happened, and I'm relieved to confirm the actors survived. This is Sam, who plays Hamlet here in the t-shirt, and in his front room in London. IRL Sam initiates me in the ways of GTA.
Oh, that's terrible news, Chem Goblin. Surely there's some way you could set up a VPN, Windows machine. Do you need help? You know how to pirate Windows, right? You know how to do all that. So interesting stuff, right? Pretty cool, right? I'm definitely I want to find this GTA Hamlet full movie. So I think I'd like to play this movie for everybody. Grand Theft Hamlet theatrical trailer. Let's check it out. You know, and that's wild to me, Zio Duke, that, I mean, that stuff is worse on Linux. But, I mean, the reason why it's worse is because you have more options. So it's actually probably easier to do things like memory injection and other cheating techniques on Linux. So it makes perfect sense to cut it off. But it does suck. It does suck. Yeah, female Unix, it sucks.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Oh, online is fun. Yeah, GTA Online is
Whether
really
'tis
fun.
nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
GTA Online is a lot of fun as long as you have a sense of humor. The millisecond you start taking GTA Online seriously, stop. You're no longer having fun. It's a job. Stop what you're doing. As long as you have a sense of humor and you can laugh at the fact that you just got fucking nuked from high orbit for no goddamn reason, for absolutely no goddamn reason. As long as you can accept that and laugh it off, then you're having a good time. But the moment you're getting pissed and twerked on it, stop. Because it's literally the worst of humanity that is playing Grand Theft Auto 5. I swear to God. every N-word slinging 13-year-old loves Grand Theft Auto 5.
Or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. Look at this.
No problem, Lenny.
Look at what?
Look. It's like a massive kind of arena. Thank you for coming. See our performance.
Oh, wow. They're going to perform Hamlet in a theater? Oh, that is so perfect. Oh.
It's nice to have an audience, even if it's just one. Right, okay.
Yeah,
oh, then we've got another audience member here. This is Hamlet, William Shakespeare's Hamlet. I believe this is the first time it's ever been performed at the Vinewood Bowl.
Wow.
If I could just request that you refrain from killing each other. And don't kill the actors either.
Do you think that doing a production of Hamlet inside GCA is achievable?
Short answer is no. I think it's a terrible idea, but I definitely think we should try and do it.
That is a great attitude. I love that. All right, so this came out, I guess, during the pandemic, and it was like it was at the film festivals and stuff. So I mean, maybe that's why I'm not finding it on YouTube. Is that you actually have to pay to see this? Maybe I can catch it on Tubi. This is the perfect kind of thing that should be on Tubi. Fascinating, really cool stuff. So there you go, puff piece over. Back to hell. Welcome to hell. Tales from the Hood, anybody? No? Okay. If you're trying to do any of the missions rather than enjoying... Yeah, exactly, yeah. All I did was play in the private sessions, drive around, enjoy the scenery, buy clothes I like. Yeah. They did Shakespeare in Fallout 76 as well. Really? Well, that is interesting. I mean, the thing about doing it in Grand Theft Auto is, in a real server, is, that kind of chaos. Fallout 76... You have to initiate PvP to then engage in it. It's kind of pussy PvP. Kind of a pussy PvP kind of thing. Greg Prime. Now, I don't know. I haven't played Fallout 76 in a long time. Do they have like all PvP servers now? Do they have servers that are just like free-for-alls? So I could be wrong there. All right. So I mean, this is Biden. It's like you want to praise the guy, right, when he does this. No, it's still broken. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the PvP in Fallout 76. It's like I get it. Like I get you want, like, there are players that don't want to be, that don't want to KOS. I get that. But I like that danger. I like to play Scum and DayZ, so Rust, right? All right, so anyway, I want to praise Biden, but he's such a failure, right? It's like it's like when somebody burns down the house, but they mow the lawn. It's like, well, thanks. Thanks, but it's not enough, Yeah, strategy. This should be PvP only. I mean, come on. Stop with the pussy shit. But yeah, no. So this is good. He's commuting a lot. A lot of them are, nonviolent drug offenders, weed. They were arrested before weed was legalized, and then weed's been legalized, in their area and stuff like that. He prioritized people who were remorseful. Okay. That kind of stuff. So, it's good. It's good. Good stuff. People who have served out of home confinement sentences for at least 1 year, they were released. Prisons were uniquely bad for spreading the virus, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Thanks for burning the house down, but that lawn looks great, Joe. Great job. Guys, would you believe that right before she enters the goddamn void, Nancy Pelosi is doing everything she can to make sure that the Democratic Party doesn't change, does not react in a progressive leftist way to their massive defeats to Donald Trump twice? Would you guys believe that? That this fucking woman, and this was her like 20 years ago. Okay, and I don't mean to be ageist. I apologize. There's nothing wrong with being old. There is something wrong with being old in a position of power, refusing to leave that position of power, and then making changes that will affect, decades and decades of that, of that party long after you're gone. I do have a problem with that. Change the world, my final message, goodbye. Fades into obscurity. Nancy is pathetic. It's true. Listen to this. The Democratic power broker, this bitch Nancy Pelosi, working to undermine AOC, right? So if you don't know the news, AOC is finally trying to take a leadership position within this party. She's the right choice. I don't agree with everything that she's done, right? But honestly, she's way more progressive than any of these ghouls. She has the gall, she has the wherewithal to criticize Israel. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Nancy Pelosi can't have it. We need to defend Israel until the end of Palestine. This project must be completed. She's almost retired. Almost. Of course she won another term. It's just because San Francisco is hopeless. I used to live there. The liberals there are hopeless. Hopeless. MSNBC brain in San Francisco. She got them wrapped right around their finger. This woman lives in the lap of luxury at the very top of the trash pile that is San Francisco. I shouldn't say it. It's a beautiful city. I love it. Can't wait to visit it. It could be so much better though. Not with conservative governorship, with actual liberal, progressive leadership. Oh, and the insider trading. She's a piece of work. She is a fucking piece of work, this Nancy Pelosi. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi reportedly working behind the scenes to tank Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's bid to become ranking member on the House Oversight Committee. Punchbowl News reported Thursday that Pelosi, arguably the most powerful Democratic playmaker in a generation, is set on quashing the New York progressive shot at leading the House of Representatives' key investigative arm. Can't have that. Because Nancy Pelosi is happy to use AOC as a token to get votes and to fundraise, and yep, that's fine. She does everything in her power to ensure that anybody who's an actual progressive gets nowhere close to power. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The number one objective of the neoliberal Democratic establishment is to destroy leftist progressivism, because they see that as a bigger threat to their existence than right-wing fascism. And that has been true for a very long time. And let me tell you, you start saying that shit in San Francisco, la 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 la. Oh, they got a D? Vote for the D. Vote for the D. And now what you're hearing is a lot of this Silicon Valley libertarianism start to leak into these so-called liberals' rhetoric, starting to flirt with conservatives. There's a very real chance that we're going to see a conservative governments in some of these liberal strongholds because of Nancy Pelosi, her decisions, where she drives the party. It's her and the people that surround her, of course. Wah! Pelosi is making calls on behalf of Representative Gary Connolly, a 16-year House veteran from Virginia who is also running for the coveted leadership spot. So this Gary Connolly guy, he's got all kinds of health issues. He's 3 sheets to the fucking wind. He's like, and once again, not to be offensive here, he's like 60 or 70 or something. No teeth. Israel can do no wrong, right? give breaks to conservatives. Let's not hold any politician accountable, because that might actually splash back on the neoliberal establishment kind of motherfucker. And that's who Nancy Pelosi wants to get in there. More establishment, more status quo. Even now, in the rubble of their failure, even now, they're doubling down on the decisions that put them right there. They are incorrigible. They are immovable. And the only solution, like I've said for so goddamn long, if you've been watching this stream, is to assimilate them. Destroy them politically. Every midterm, every election, every opportunity, they need to be challenged. The ones who don't fall will fall in line. The Tea Party did it to their party, and look what they've done. They've transformed their party from a bunch of milquetoast neoconservatives into a full-blown fascist Reich. Now, of course, I'm not saying that's what we need to turn the left into. I'm saying we need to attack the establishments that are not listening to us, and we need to do it unapologetically. When John Boehner got the fucking boot, nobody on Fox News shed a tear. He was crying. When Paul Ryan got the boot, nobody on Fox News was shedding a tear. Right? But when you go on MSNBC, oh, the venerated Liz Cheney, oh, the Claire McCaskill, the legendary, amazing Nancy Pelosi. I love this album, but then it just cuts into this, like, okay. The guys who make underground rap music, underground trap music, they really like making drum and bass as well. It's like a whole thing, house and drum and bass with the fucking rap stuff in there. It's interesting. Anyway, so there's a little update on what's happening. So last week, Pelosi told Politico she wanted to be one of the most who she wanted for the most influential positions of the House. I've supported McConnell for that. Should it be open, she said. Nah. Blah, blah, blah. Then it gets into their tumultuous relationship, which is well known. Like I said, she's happy to use AOC to fundraise. But she also, she'll, oh, honey, oh, you're so nice. And, oh, yeah, well, I'll stand next to you while you're doing your speech. And, oh, yeah, we'll go march and wear pink hats together. What were those showing my knowledge of the female anatomy? Is that the clitoris? The clitoris hats, right? So she's happy to do that. Pussy hat, is that what it was? So she's happy to do that. But then during AOC's reelection, Nancy Pelosi pulling out all the stops to fund, a corporate, challenger to try and primary and destroy her, right? So, these people are always the first to say, oh, you can't primary us. Oh, you're a Republican if you do that. They are happy to use all of their resources and energy to primary actual progressives to destroy them. They know full well that it's a strategy that would work, and that's why they gaslight you into thinking that you can't do it, that it's just not the right time. I don't know. So I got one more neoliberal bastard here. James Clyburn, who I have complained about in the past. One time I remember complaining about James Clyburn. I got him mixed up with a different guy. And then I got Mr. Racist. Oh, you can't tell the difference between any of them. And I kept saying, look, I do get my neoliberal shills mixed up. I'm sorry. But this Clyburn loves to cloak himself in the shroud of 1960s Martin Luther King activism, right? The civil rights movement, right? Covers himself in the civil rights movement and is a bog standard, hyper corrupt, neoliberal. You know, he was the one that says, you know, you got to go with Joe Biden, right? Always has the establishment's back. And here he is over here saying Joe Biden should pardon Donald Trump. Why? Oh, so we can reset the slate, so we can, you know, hit the reset button on this. As if this gesture, if Joe Biden were to do this, he truly believes that this gesture would create some kind of, you know, it would create some kind of, you know, peaceful. It would start a peaceful dialogue, right, between the left and the right. But if Joe Biden were to continue convicting criminals for the crimes that they commit, oh, well, that creates more enmity, you know, that creates more division, right? I'm sorry, animus, enmity. I don't think that's a word. Animus, right? Oh, that creates division and conflict, and oh, that hurts the status quo that I love so much. I've said this a lot as well if you've been watching the stream, but if we truly do get the fascism that I think is coming for us, history will note that it was the Democrats with their attitudes like this that brought us here. Hey, we haven't heard from Jesse Dollemore in a minute, so he was railing about this, so I thought I'd show, hey, let's get some Dollemore in our lives. If you don't know who he is, he's all right. He's all right. Jesse Dollemore, he's all right.
You know, one of the criticisms that Democrats get, even among other Democrats, is their lack of tenacity or willingness to get in the fight.
Okay, but this is why he's just okay, right? Because we're still deluding ourselves that they're just dumb, they're just naive. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you know, they are deluded. They are deluded. They're deluded into thinking that, you know, their way is the right way. But they know exactly what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like I think they're far more aware. We give them far too much credit. I honestly think it's only ever a matter of time before every other country out there refuses to export anything to us. It's not going to be like that, but hold that thought. We're getting to it.
And I don't so much have that particular criticism, but by extension, I do think there's a tendency, especially amongst old guard Democrats, to continuously give the benefit of the doubt to the opposition party, the Republicans, when no such benefit should be granted really at any time. We're seeing it right now. Donald Trump getting ready to take back power in the United States, be able to be a dictator on day one. He's committed countless, innumerable crimes. Unabashedly so, unashamed of his rampant criminality. And we have Democrats in the old guard who are now signaling we need to pardon Donald Trump. And the reason is for the unity of the country. They want to offer Donald Trump unity for the country when he himself will not offer that. He is vowing retribution against his political enemies, revenge, weaponization of the government against them. And what do Democrats want to do? The old guard. What do they want to do? Oh, let's lay down for Donald Trump. Let's pardon him to show him we're also reasonable.
Right. So you get the point. Jesse Dollemore, everybody. Excellent job. They're, like I said earlier in my rant, they're incorrigible, they're immovable. This neoliberal establishment. Like I said, I mean, if you're not going to self-reflect, if you're not going to at least flirt with the idea of AOC, not even AOC as like the head of the DNC, right? Taking over Hakeem Jeffries' job. Not even that, but just like putting her in a more, leadership, higher up leadership position. No, no, never, no, no. I refuse. Right? So even now, after complete epic failure, they do what they normally do, trot out some half-baked excuse. It was Joe Biden's fault. Didn't give Kamala enough time. Okay, we're done. Moving on. On to the next election. Vote us. Vote blue no matter who. Literally sending out fucking fundraising emails. Yeah, Lenny. Oh, they will be, though. They'll be taking those fuckers right down. They'll be taking those fuckers right down a couple months into Trump's president. Ooh, that's embarrassing. Ooh, everyone hates him right now. And then the excuses and the mea culpas. So I wanted to end the neoliberal bastard segment by showing you what you could be getting with an actual liberal. Okay? Justin Trudeau, he's a neoliberal, much more pulled back, much more willing to spend money on the people to actually do actual liberal things. So if you don't know what's going on in Canada, in response to the conservative PP, who's Pierre Poilievre, colloquially known as PP, he has been pounding Justin Trudeau, and rightfully so. You know, housing, groceries, oil, energy, through the roof. Everything through the roof. Part of it is Justin's fault. Part of it is just the state of the economy after COVID. But has Justin come out and attacked the profits of the grocery store conglomerates? No. Has Justin come out and done anything about his buddies in the oil industry, who Justin Trudeau is very closely tied to? No. So he's been in some big trouble, right? So there's an election coming up next year. I think there's actually an election going on right now, but I don't think it's a different election. I don't think it's a Justin Trudeau election. That is happening next year, the premier election, right? The big one. And there's a real chance that Justin is going to lose it. The conservatives are all over the place. I don't know about Russian asset, but he's a corporate asset. That's for sure. You know, Pierre Poilievre, his solution, would you believe it? It's privatize everything, cut services, austerity, right? His big slogan right now is axe the tax in terms of the carbon tax. And once again, this is a big mistake by Justin, who has introduced, raising taxes on the middle class to cover new carbon initiatives, right? Green initiatives. And it's like, yeah, okay, I love green initiatives. Don't do this right now. Okay? Wait. Sit on the carbon shit until after your election next year, man. What the fuck are you doing? Right? So lots of mistakes. So what has he done? And you will never see the neoliberal establishment in the United States ever do anything like this. So what is he doing? This is fucking crazy. He has worked out a general sales tax and a holiday sales tax, or HST holiday, for starting today into January 15th, I believe. Basically, you get 1 month, no general sales tax. So so people right now are hitting up the malls and going bananas right now. Buy, right? And there's, there's some financial experts. They're like, wringing their hands. Oh, this is hard. Oh, for some small businesses to do the calculations, this is going to be hard. Oh, shut the fuck up. People with the middle class needs a break. And Justin Trudeau has delivered that. Now, is this enough for him to pull his ass out of the fire next year during his election? Hell no. Hell no. But if he follows this up with another humdinger, yeah, exactly. Greg is correct. like always, the Liberal Party is basically, being pushed to the left by the NDP, the new Democratic Party, which, because of the parliamentary system, has a little bit of power. And it's not just the neoliberals versus the conservatives anymore. And another little tidbit, Mr. Greg, PP. I think I heard this on the radio. PP in 2021 or 2022 introduced a general sales tax holiday as one of the things he was talking about when attacking Justin Trudeau. So it's an idea that fucking PP has proposed in the past. But now, of course, he says it's a tax trick. Oh, it's he's just bribing, right? All the usual conservative talking points about why we can't help the middle class. But anyway, like I said, you would never see this from the American neoliberal establishment. This is too progressive. This is too socialist, right? This is too scary. Never would they ever bail out the middle class. Why? Because they're all Reaganite conservatives, basically. But this is what it could look like if we push this party to the left, continue to assimilate it wherever we can with replace these people with progressives wherever we can, but then use our political leverage to then push this establishment further to the left. Yeah, Justin Trudeau is a friend of the oil companies, no doubt about it. Look at how they screw Canadians.
Canadians,
we are exporting oil, and we basically pay the same amount for gas as an American when we're exporting oil to America. It's a scandal. It's a fucking crime. And then you look at the relationship between Justin Trudeau and the oil companies, and it all makes sense. But let's not get it twisted. PP is on both knees to the oil industry. You know what I mean? PP is, selling them, giving them everything. Oh, whatever you want. Whatever you want. Yep, whatever you want. Yep. I took my glasses off and now I look like a tough guy. My name is PP. So let's not get it twisted about what the alternative is, right? The only solution, of course, is the NDP, who would do something scary and socialist, like going after excess profits from companies that have fucking ripped off Canadians. And I'm not talking about price increases because of inflation. I am talking about greedflation. They adjusted those prices for the inflation, and then they doubled it, and they said cha-ching, ching, ching. Look how far we can push the peasants. And they've received a couple slaps on the wrist. They've been dragged into some meetings, right, where the politicians can grandstand and make a good show of it. Not a goddamn thing has happened to them. And they're, of course, raising prices or trying to keep them as high as they can. Anyway, this is what real progressive liberal solutions will look like, right? This is what it looks like when the middle class gets bailed out.
will be paying less tax starting today and for the next 2 months. On many purchases, the GST and HST are suspended, but many shoppers say it's not clear to them which products will save them money.
It's been quite confusing the way they've sort of laid it out in terms of what is eligible. And I know I've been watching the news and seeing retailers be quite confused as how to account for this within their books. They have thousands and thousands of items and all the different qualifications.
See what I mean? See what I mean? The right-leaning CBC over here with the, oh no, the hand-wringing, oh no, oh, we can't do, oh, this is so hard, the math is hard, the math is hard. If this was a bank or some other multi-billion-dollar industry that needed some kind of break, oh, they would do the math and no one would be bitching about it. Oh, the math is hard, man, I don't know how to do it. Please.
So, yeah, it looks like it's a little more confusing than helpful.
Yeah, it's totally more confusing than helpful. Yeah. That's the assessment.
The government means to basically give all of us a holiday gift. It should include everybody, not just on specific items like prepared meal or kids stuff or something like that.
No, it's, I mean, okay, It's like everything, I think. There's very few things that are not covered under this. You want to blame an organization for the public not being informed on what is in this policy? Gee, I wonder what news organization that could have done that job a little bit better. You know what I mean? Geez, what state-funded fucking media organization whose job it is to inform the public about policies announced by the government? Because Justin Trudeau and the whole crew got out in front of a microphone, explained it from A to Z. I'm sure there's a website that explains everything from A to Z. CBC over here, oh, I don't know. Oh, it's so confusing. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know. Oh, wow, this is scary. The middle class getting a tax break? Whoa, whoa. What's next? You know?
And the confusion is not just limited to shoppers. There's also a lack of certainty for many retailers over which items will remain taxed. As the CBC's Anis Haidari explains, that's part of why some experts say this tax cut may not help businesses.
Retailers across Canada are charging a little less tax these days. The federal government has suspended the GST and HST on a selection of items, but it's caused a lot of extra effort for businesses. Many had to spend a lot of time reconfiguring sales systems in the hours just before the tax cut took effect.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I don't fucking care. I don't care. It's hard. I don't care. I'm sorry. You're running a business. Figure it out. What do you want from me? I'm just trying to buy some fucking greeting cards. I just want to buy some greeting cards, and I want my government to do something for me. Something. Every announcement for the last 3 years coming out of the Justin Trudeau government has been nothing but bad news. Prices are going up. We're not going to do anything about it. For the last 3 years, it's been like that. 3-4 years after COVID. We need a break. We need a fucking break. And this is a little break. You know, this isn't big. It's a couple, billions, $8-10 billion, something like that. Loblaws and Albertsons, they could all, they could pitch in, cover the bill. No, can't do that. Oh, that'll be awkward at dinner with Justin.
It's hard because I do appreciate the gesture. Like, we've never seen this before. I just don't think they understand how much work it is to do it. I think for us in particular, I think for certain businesses.
What in the world are they supposed to do? You know what I mean? How is Justin supposed to make this better? Suck it up, right? It took a couple hours. Whoop-de-doo. Honestly, does anyone disagree with me here? Yeah, look at that. It's all right here. Look at that. They do this every time. Look at this shit. It's all right here. Thank you so much. Strategy. They always do this. Look at it. Food, beverages, restaurant. Oh, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. Oh, it took like 2 hours I had to reprogram my POS. It's just unbelievable. I can't believe that Justin Trudeau would do this to us. Oh my Jesus.
It might be awesome. But for our store, where there's so much variety, it is a headache.
While some businesses, such as restaurants, have welcomed the move, saying it will boost sales.
So why don't you talk to a restaurateur, you fucking hacks? Didn't have time to find an owner of a restaurant? Put a microphone in front of his face? These motherfuckers, dude. These motherfuckers think we're stupid. These motherfuckers think we're dumb.
Like variety retailers who carry both taxable and tax-free goods say the cost to implement this will wipe out profit from any additional sales.
Up.
And economists and business groups have criticized.
The couple hours it's taken and a little bit more confusion at the register when okay, wait a minute, I just need to a little bit more confusion. It sucked up all my profits. All my profits are gone. I mean, if your profit margins are that fucking thin, dude, I mean, what can I tell you? What can I tell you? Start selling some Pokemon cards or something, man. No problem, Lenny. I know. I'm annoying.
The temporary tax cut, saying that because it came without enough notice and only excludes some items.
It was announced months ago, dude. It was announced months ago. Shut the fuck up. God, they whine. Business owners will whine about it, just like fucking homeowners whine about anything, dude. The NIMBYism is real.
It was complicated and expensive to implement.
Pokemon cards are eligible for the cut, but hockey cards aren't, and so on.
Okay, I will admit that's an L. Okay, that is that. Okay, Justin, come on. What? How? Who made that decision? What? And by the way, Canadians love hockey cards. They're still buying that shit. Timmy's every single year releases their own hockey cards, trading cards. Every year, a new series. People gobble them up. They love them. What are you doing, Justin? That's an L. That's an L. I'm not going to sit here and deny any of that.
And the cost to that is also that retailers are going to make mistakes. They are going to think that things are tax-free when they're not.
Oh. Federal officials have said this tax cut is a way to put more money.
So how do you fix that? Well, you create you give them a form that lets them, I actually made this mistake, made that mistake. They send that form to the government, and the government cuts them a check. It's not fucking rocket science, okay? And this is our fucking money. This is our fucking money that should be helping Canadians. It's not a fucking, we just can't. How do we help the middle class? There's just no way. All we know how to do is give breaks to corporations and billion-dollar organizations. That's the only thing we know how to do well. What happens when we help the middle class? The apocalypse.
In Canadians' pockets. The federal government also says it expects the GST to be removed at the point of sale, otherwise known as when a customer pays for something. But if you pay the tax and think you shouldn't have, the government says to take it up with the retailer. Anis Haydari, CBC News, Calgary.
Right. So one of my criticisms of neoliberal policy is often that they make these kind of omissions. They make these kind of mistakes. I'm not going to sit here and say that this, that is perfect. At the same time, it's better than nothing. Okay. They tried. They are trying, kind of. Like I said, it's not going to be enough to win Justin, to win the heart of to win Justin his election next year. But if he's got another one in the bag, if he's got something good in the bag, in the goodie bag for the middle class, he might be able to squeak out another victory.
Okay, so it is a little confusing, and we're going to break down for you now which items you will be saving.
Okay, so I criticized CBC for not informing the people, and then here they go. They're literally gonna break it down. I don't know if they did this before, but okay, here they are doing their job. Okay, good for you, good job. Snacks, chips, candies, coffee, tea, carbonated drinks, coolers, premixed alcohol. I mean, it's a lot of cool stuff. Video games are tax-free. I'm going to go buy some shit. I'm going to. There's been some expensive PS3 games that I've been holding off on. Watch, I go there and everything's scooped up. I doubt it, though. A lot of people are broke. I'm still broke. I probably shouldn't do that, actually. Wife is going to be mad at me. All right, folks, there you go. Neoliberal bastard section over with. Where are we at? Hour and a half? Okay. I could be making better time. I got to quit with the bloviation. The hell is this? Wow, okay. This is freaky ass shit. I like it. Okay. Madness. Madness and horror. Madness and horror. It's the madness and horror section, folks. All right. Madness and horror. America is about to get the Asus ROG Ally X rating for getting an eGPU into, what the hell? He's making weird noises for getting a better PC than something you can whoop up with the modern day desktops for that cost. Oh, I mean, I'm okay. My machine's doing all right. My little 1060 chugging along. Lib's only hope is to nail the cons in the foreign interference inquiry. No, it's not going to happen. Doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Trump is a king. Trump is a king, and he is going to use that power. You know, Joe Biden said no thank you to the Supreme Court. I don't want to be a dictator. I want to be the last American president that respects the Constitution. Donald Trump does not care. In Canada, I mean. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Completely confused. Yeah. So what Greg is talking about, this is actually really juicy, right? Is the motherfucking conservatives and the neoliberals and a couple of neoliberals straight up colluding with the Chinese government and India and the Indian government, interfering with the government. Letting these, who knows? There's a big inquiry, and the big scandal was that Justin Trudeau announced, a couple months ago, that 100% for sure there are members of Russia as well. 100% for sure there are members of the Conservative Party that are stone cold guilty, and PP and the Conservative Party have refused security clearance so that they are not shown the information, and it's all fake. They're all playing, they're playing games. Axe attacks. Right. Anyway, that's what Greg was talking about there. All right, on to madness and horror. America, this is fascism. It doesn't really need to be said, but I guess Trump is lying. He's lying to you. What? What? He's lying, folks.
China?
Okay. He's not going to lower your grocery bill. Housing is going to get more expensive. Everything's going to get more expensive. He's going to let the worst companies, the worst industries exploit more, do more, fuck you over more, all of it. He's gonna rip the chains. He's gonna rip the chains off the monsters and let them have fun. So it seems redundant. It seems redundant to point this out, but he's lying. Trump in October, this will rapidly drive down prices. It will also bring your grocery bill way down.
Bitch.
Trump now, it's hard to bring things down once they're up. It's very hard. Welcome back, good guy Dari. So he's already, Trump is not an idiot. I know it sucks. It'd be fun. He's really, really good at lying. He's like a idiot savant in a way, because he's not a very smart person. But he's really, really good at what he's really, really good at. And what he's really, really good at is manipulation and lying. So he does this constantly. Like any good manipulator does, he gets ahead of things, narratively, rhetorically. So this is him getting ahead of, the idea, oh yeah, well this is, he knows that there's going to be massive economic problems with a lot of the stuff that he's going to do. Some are speculating that he wants to shock the economy. He wants to shock America to give him some justification for, martial law. He doesn't need to do that. He's the dictator. It's, he could institute martial law anytime. He doesn't need to. I think he actually believes in some of the bullshit. I think he believes that some of these things are going to actually help. If you don't remember, Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng in the UK there, I have a feeling that's exactly what, not exactly, but that is, we're going to see something similar. For those who don't remember, that was the prime minister after Boris Johnson that, failed. She was out of there. She's historic. She's known as the prime minister that has the least amount of tenure. She was there for only a few weeks before she had to step down. She got in there, immediately implemented Kwasi Kwarteng's plan, which was give everything to the rich, massive tax cuts for the rich, hand over, everything, give everything to the rich. And what happened to the market? Boo! Bitch! Boo! The market reacted. Why? Because when the rich get everything they want, it actually retards productivity, slows down the economy. They take too much. Then the engine slows down, starts chugging. And the market knows that, right? So they reacted in a way so that they could protect as much of their money as they have, but they were reacting to what they knew what was going to happen. And they immediately, so then Rishi Sunak gets in there, reverses everything, literally goes right back to bog standard status quo, conservative economic ideas. I think that's what we're going to see with Trump and his tariffs and all this. I think he's way in over his head, and who's going to tell the king that he's wrong, right? Try to fix this. There we go. All right, so who's going to tell the king that he's wrong? And he's going to do it. He's going to do it. My question is, can you put the genie back in the bottle? Baby. Rub you. No. Can you put the genie back in the bottle? Right? Once the damage has been done, how much damage can be done? And the other question is, they're gonna do some of this stuff, and then the egos are gonna be there, and there's gonna be hesitation to reverse some of this stuff. Right? Let it play its course. We gotta let it play its course. I would, right before I have my head put on pikes outside the castle wall. Rub me? Would you rub me the right way? This is the reason why I'm saying these things is because evidence right here that I'm going to show you. I think he doesn't know what the hell he's doing, right? Everyone in his orbit wants to be in his orbit, so they're, filling him full of smoke. Tariffs, the most beautiful word in the world. It didn't work out great last time when he used tariffs to threaten other countries, right? Because he thinks it puts him into a dominant negotiating position, when what it does is it drags both parties down, multiple parties down, and nobody wins. Nobody wins a trade war. Bro, tell the king he's wrong. No. If you want to get with me, baby, there's a price to pay. I'm a genie in a bottle. It's a banger. It's a banger. Come on. Got to bring them lowrider jeans back. Those hip huggers. I remember those. Remember those? I remember those. Anyway, so I thought I'd show Fox News reporting on preemptively what's already happening in response. Trump has doubled down, tripled down, right? Because there's the market right now is not responding in the way that it would normally, because there's this idea that, okay, I mean, he's talking shit, he doesn't really mean it. He doesn't really mean it, right? He's not really going to fuck us all over. 25% across the whole economy. I mean, come on, he's not really going to do it. So there's actually this, because he's such a liar, because you never know what position he's going to actually take. That has actually created this kind of bubble of uncertainty. But here's the thing, is that because he's been asked several times, are you really going to do that? Are you sure you're aware that that's going to do? And you don't understand. I know. I remember this one time he told an economist, like, look, I understand that, it kind of blows your mind because everything you've been taught says that tariffs are bad, but they're actually really good. Right. So this is Trump's economic equivalent of scribbling on the whiteboard during the hurricane. Right. Oh, it's actually going to go here. God told me. He's going to say, I'm going to send the hurricane over here. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic, what's happening. But not every economy and not everybody is reacting like that. Canada is getting ahead of this. Doug Ford, because he is a Trump-alike, Doug Ford has praised Trump so much. He runs Ottawa, I believe, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Greg there. Anyway, he's one of the conservative leaders in Canada. His brother was a crack addict. It was hilarious. But anyway, he kind of looks like Trump. He's a conservative guy. Ontario, thank you. Anyway, Ontario, thank you. Ontario Premier. So anyway, he's taken advantage of the MAGA movement in Canada. He hasn't totally emulated Trump or anything, but there's a lot of similarities there, and he hasn't exactly said no. So he literally, I know Rob Ford is amazing. A total asshole, absolutely conservative, but he, at the same time, he's a Canadian conservative. So that means he's had, with the Nature Belt situation, he was going to try to take the Nature Belt like he promised he wasn't going to do. He had to pull back on that, right? So he still had to respond. He still has to respond to the Canadian democracy, which is very refreshing coming from the United States. But anyway, he put out a speech basically like, oh no, it feels like a family member has betrayed me. I can't believe that Trump would announce that he's going to do this and all that. So he's tears in his eyes, just kidding. But, very, very sappy, because he likes to think that he has a very strong relationship with Trump and the Conservative Party of the United States, et cetera, et cetera. So he comes out and then he says, stabbed a family member in the chest or something like that. So then he comes out and he says, we will respond to this. If Trump does do this, Canada will respond to this. Ontario will respond to it. If he's literally threatening to cut off or 25% tariff on oil exports, which is a big deal for America. It would cause American prices to go up, even though Joe Biden has cracked open some of America's oil wells, and America's the number one oil producer right now in the world, unless that's changed recently. But regardless, it would still affect the price. He's not even Trump's top bitch, not even within top 10. No, but like I said, he's utilized the Trump movement, the energy, the MAGA, because there's, especially with the convoy protest, there was a lot of MAGA curiosity. It was kind of like what if we tried to, what if we tried to overturn the government, right? Wouldn't that be neat? Check your videos and see our new affiliate. Yeah, okay, bro. Thanks. Yeah, send me a check. So anyway, Canada is going to respond, and really they're saying, look, I mean, because there's this uncertainty, we're not 100% certain what he's going to do, but if he really goes through with what he is currently promising, this is what's going to happen. And let me tell you, folks, America is not immune to a trade war. Okay, the dollar is amazing, no doubt about it. Everyone loves the dollar. It's true even to this day. But America is not immune to this. And it will affect your life if you live anywhere in America.
President-elect Donald Trump is doubling down on his threat to slap 25% tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico.
Now, as Rich Edson reports, Canadian officials are fighting back against the trade proposal.
Donald Trump's second term hasn't even started yet, but it's already affecting America's trade relationships. The president-elect is threatening 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico if those countries don't do more to address illegal migration. Now, some Canadian officials are issuing threats of their own. Officials in Ontario say if Trump starts a trade war, they'll respond by banning some U.S. imports like alcohol and cut off electricity to the U.S. That would have a significant impact since 60% of American crude oil imports come from Canada.
You come and attack Ontario, you attack livelihoods of people of Ontario. We're going to use every tool in our toolbox to defend Ontarians and Canadians across the border.
It's a different story in Canada's oil-rich western provinces. Officials there say they have no intention of turning off the oil tap. Instead, they're focusing on cutting a deal with the president-elect that would see millions invested in securing the northern border.
If we succeed and maintain proper border security, I expect we will have a very strong relationship with the United States as
Alberta is an extremely conservative region of Canada, just so you know.
We always have.
Other countries are taking notice, including those in the European Union, which cut interest rates this week in anticipation of potential trade disruptions.
The risk of greater friction in global trade could weigh on euro area growth by dampening exports and weakening the global economy.
China's leaders are also meeting to prepare their economy to blunt the impact of a new round of American tariffs. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox 13 News.
Trade war, trade war, trade war. Woo! Get ready, baby. You know who really gets fucked in a trade war? You. Regular people, regular folks just like you. Elon, it'll hurt Elon. But, you know, he'll go back to his mansion filled with the women that he's impregnated and all the children running around to create his new master race. He'll be fine. You might be homeless. Get 'em! Make America great again, baby. Make America great again. I'm glad they showed that thing at the very end because I had this. Yeah, right here. So this is what I'm talking about. You might have missed that in that little, segment there. But the ECB cuts rates a quarter point amid concerns of tepid growth impact of Trump's trade policies. He's not president yet, and the market is already reacting. If the market feels that the global market catches a little sniff, right? Trump day one, tariff this, tariff that, tariff. The market's going to freak out, right? The market right now, like I said, there's this bubble of uncertainty. Oh, okay, come on. Once he sits down in the chair, once, once the bullshit is over, right? Because he's such a bullshitter. Once that's over with, okay, he's not really going to, fuck everybody over, right? He's just going to fuck over poor people, right? Just like last time, right? So that's what's holding everything together right now, is the fact that Donald Trump is a massive liar and you have no idea what the fuck he's going to do from one day to the next. It's literally holding everything together right now. Why? Because the market depends on confidence, right? Loses confidence, it reacts. Like I said, day one, he starts shooting off his Trump dick, right? Fucking bitch. Fucking, I'm gonna come. You get a tariff. You get a tariff. You get a tariff. Right? The market is going to be apocalyptic. Okay, because this is for real shit. In terms of, it changes everything. Like there's, I saw an article, I saw a headline from an automotive parts maker who said, if he implements that, there's literally 0 point in me exporting to the United States. There's no point. That's literally my entire profit margin. That's the end of my business in the United States right there. Boom. Right? Might be anecdotal, might be just one guy, but I don't think so. Say what you want about the man, but he said, I'm going to come, and he delivered. Boy did he. Looks like a bowl of that Cheetos macaroni and cheese right now in this country. You know what I'm talking about? Anyone had this? This shit is like, you don't want to admit it's good, but it's kind of good. It's kind of good. Look at the color. Look at the color. That's what it looks like. It's way brighter. This is the spicy one, the spicy Cheetos one. Never had Cheetos? What? Tisriel, when I visit Ukraine, remind me, because I'll announce it when I actually visit Ukraine. Remind me that I need to bring you a frickin' bag of Cheetos. This man hasn't had Cheetos, dog. Can you believe that? Anyway, this is what America looks like right now. Oh yeah, here we go. That's the, see, look at that. Oh my God. You know what's weird about this stuff? It, if you eat a whole box, you feel gross and sick. But if you just have a bowl, you're good. But it's too much. If you eat the whole box, it's too much. I'm good. We have Lay's crab, which is the food of the gods. Ew. American food, yeah, it's technically edible. So I don't know if you've heard, but the pathetic rag that is Time magazine has decided to once again put Donald Trump Person of the Year. This is the second fucking time. And of course, the reason why they do this, not because of they say they don't agree with his politics. The reason why they do this is because he's like, you know, the man of the year, right? The guy that is changing history the most. Okay. Yeah, all right. It's still disgusting. You know? And it's the same shit they did with Hitler in the 30s, as you can see here. Oh, well, he's the man of the world. He's changing Germany. Wow, did you see what he's doing to the economy? Look at this. Look at this, by the way. They did not use a very flattering picture of his hair. That's a comb over, bro. That's a comb over. But never buy Time magazine. Never give this organization money. Let it die like the rest of print media. I don't like that print media has basically died, but seeing shit like this, you kind of, like, well, yeah, it doesn't even, this organization doesn't really deserve the paper it's printed on. It's like, okay, if your criteria is that, okay, this guy, right, he's gonna change the world, well, I guess they were more critical. I think in the first cover, the first Trump Time cover was more critical. This is just fawning. This is just, yeah, I won. Everyone loves me. I'm great. I'm a fucking great man. He's the crook of the century. He's the epitome of everything that is wrong with American culture and society. And this is how you put him on there, right? Interesting similarities, too, by the way, with I don't know. The Republican Party is intentionally omitting fascism from certain languages, from certain things, because they know what's up. The Republican Party knows what's up. They are embracing fascism on a substantive level. The Republican Party is embracing fascism on a substantive level. This seems innocuous. This seems, whatever, small detail, easily forgotten. You didn't see this, I'm sure. Nobody in the chat saw this, unless you guys are crazy plugged in like I am. No one saw this, right? MSNBC ignores it for the most part, especially now, right? Now we gotta, kiss the ring. Oh, all that apocalypse stuff, all that end of democracy stuff. Rachel Maddow still talks about it, maybe. Joyanne Reed, right? That's about it. Not true. That's not quite true. But anyway, look at this. This is one of those small things that hopefully history remembers. Maybe you'll see this in 20 years in some documentary about the fall of America, right? But this is one of those small things that I think says something really big. So we're going to click play on this bad boy. You'll see. So this guy's the Republican, and he's doing a big thing about, you know, we got to do something against, you know, all the liberal fascists and all the people that, you know, that agree with Palestine existing, and we got to go after them, and then there's this response here from this neoliberal, but he's correct in this case.
A report recently found that half of Gen Z students were unaware that the Chinese Communist Party is responsible for more deaths than Nazi Germany. A quarter of Gen Z students hold a favorable opinion of communism, and nearly 20% think that communism is a better system of government than capitalism.
How many people has capitalism killed? I mean, come on.
This is a failure of our education system and should be addressed as this generation moves to become our future leaders.
Now, let me be clear.
Any day now.
In a free country, we aren't afraid to debate ideas. I think when you subject communism and totalitarianism to scrutiny, they fall apart, and we're not afraid of that debate.
Welcome back, Soviet.
What I am worried about is that this bill deliberately omits fascism. Why? I mean, Ranking Member Scott, from my understanding, offered an amendment to include fascism as one of the ideologies we condemn. Republicans rejected it. Why would they do that? Communism is bad. Totalitarianism is bad. What about fascism? Can't we all agree that fascism is bad?
No.
I guess not.
No.
Maybe we'll get some clarity today on why that is.
Today, the House Committee on Rules will consider two important bills, H.R. 5349.
Right. So I'm not going to bore you with the rest of it, but it's intentional. It's intentional. The Republican Party is, there's other examples of this. So the Republican Party avoiding conversations about this because they know damn well who their constituency is. There's a lot of people in the Republican Party, and quite frankly, Mr. Soviet over here, there's a lot of tanky lefty types that are okay with their own version of authoritarianism. But they mainly stick to, you know, being vocal on social media. So they certainly don't do anything about changing politics. Another example that the Republican Party is embracing authoritarian fascism. Nathan J. Robinson wearing a goddamn ascot, wearing a motherfucking ascot, does some real journalism. Does some real journalism here. If you don't know what this is a book by Jack Posobiec, Joshua Leask, Modern American Fascists. I don't know if they I wouldn't even consider them crypto-fascists. They're basically just out and out fascists. They've written this book called Unhumans that classifies anybody on the left as less than human. Less than human. Title of the book is Unhumans: The Secret History of Communist Revolutions and How to Crush Them. There's a foreword by Bannon, Steve Bannon, and also some kind of comment or foreword also by J.D. Vance, our current vice president in waiting. Like I said before, this book basically lays out the argument that anybody to the left of extreme authoritarian fascism, anybody that would get in the way of their theocratic goal, is an enemy. And not just an enemy, but a less than human, right? Because they're not moral, right? They're basically demons, basically animals. Anybody who believes in single-payer health care. Anybody who believes in Palestinian human rights. So here's the quote from J.D. Vance here. In the past, communists marched in the streets waving red flags. Today, they march through HR, college campuses, and courtrooms to wage lawfare against good, honest people. Right? So any calls for human rights, any calls for equality, any pushback against institutional racism, all of it, communism, and those communists who believe in that ideology are less than human. In Inhumans, Jack Posobiec and Joshua Leask reveal their plans and show us what to do to fight back. 1 second here. Right. So Nathan J. Robinson, who wears an ascot on different days, he loves it. He loves his ascot. He decided to do an interview with Jack Posobiec here. And he just, defends everything. He calls him, isn't this fascism? Isn't this authoritarianism? Oh, no, it's not that, but it basically is, but it's not. Right? So he does the whole game. I mean, like, if you want to really watch, this liar dance around these questions, but they're good questions, go ahead and watch it. I encourage you to do so. I mean, I'm no fan of Nathan J. Robinson either. God, I find him a little bit insufferable. I'm sorry. I do think he's a very intelligent person who oftentimes does a really good job of defending leftist values. So credit where credit is due, but I also just find him, as a guy like me, pot smoking dude from the woods, right? The realest motherfucker on Twitch. I just can't abide that motherfucking ascot, dog. Don't take my username serious. I thought it sounded cool. Well, you can always change your goddamn username. I know I had to. But, whatever. Yeah, I'm no fan of Bolshevism, the Soviet Union. I love the idea of, regions working together, on a common goal and all that, Trotsky had some really good ideas, right? Which is why they killed him and they got rid of him. Right. But, yeah, I'm no fan of communism. I am a democratic socialist, but I'm no fan of communist style governments or governance in general. Right. I want to own my house. Sorry. I'm sorry. I want to own my house. No, they were all pretty bad. No, I mean, there's gradations. Yeah, we've done deep dives on the topic. I got to do another communist deep dive. Just, The thing, we can't compare communism to fascism. They are not opposite sides of the same pole. Communism deserves to be part of the conversation because socialism derives from communist ideas. And socialism is almost always the remedy to capitalism overreaching, right? Anytime capitalism is going too far, there's almost always a socialist solution to that problem. So we can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater here. And we also can't allow the bad actors to compare the two on the same level like the right wing are currently doing. We can't acquiesce to that. Communism and fascism are not two sides of the same coin. Not even close. Can we do was Nazism leftist ideology deep dive? I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, is that really necessary? Does the left need to beat itself up anymore? Because I would rather do a deep dive on successful activists. There was one that I wanted to do. I put it in here in the Discord here. I want to do a deep dive on what was his name? He's a black civil rights activist. Herbie Hancock, maybe? No, I can't quite remember. Hold on here. I'm trying to find it. Oh man, I got some good stuff in here too. It sucks. I should have gone further up the Discord. Fuck me. But anyway, I would rather do deep dives on successful activists and what they did to create movements that created real change than I would on fringe leftists who say stupid things, and they put 5 minutes into their thought. They put 5 minutes of thought into their ideology, and and now all of a sudden we got to hear their brilliant nuggets of wisdom about why we need to have everything needs to be anarchist or etc. Right? Anyway, if you want to watch this interview, here it is. Here's the link right here. Nathan J. Robinson from Current Affairs, or where is it? Yeah, Current Affairs. Like I said, intelligent and oftentimes a very strong defender of the left when he's not doing a little union busting in his spare time. But I think he has since apologized and corrected all that at Current Affairs, I think. So yeah, this person here, what's her name? squeer.net, I don't know. This is the top of the screenshot. All you get is her boobs. So there you go. You get boobs. But no, makes a very good point. Miss S. Queer here makes a very good point. If you think Luigi Mangione was bad, imagine how bad it would be. Imagine how bad it would be if millions suddenly lost their life savings in a bank run and couldn't even buy food. Full-on bread riots. And she's quote tweeting Mr. Jonathan Todd here, saying Trump advisors and officials from his newfound Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, for example, asked whether the president-elect could abolish the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. So the DOGE thing, it's not a real department. I think it's going to, a lot of people are speculating that this is a way for Trump to placate Elon and, and also placate the people on the right that really enjoyed Vivek Ramaswamy's flavor of grifting. So this is him placating them. At the end of the day, it's literally just an advisory board. They're going to sit around a table and oh, wouldn't it be great if we cut veteran affairs? And wouldn't it be awesome if we cut Social Security? And wouldn't that be great? And somehow that'll make everything better. I don't even know how that's going to benefit the rich. How is a bunch of, sick, desperate, broken people going to help corporations? You know what I mean? At some point, it's going to be so destructive that it's going to hit the bottom line. But no, cut it all. Cut. As if that money comes right back to you. You get a fucking refund check, right? Because that's the intention. They're going to, all those savings going to come right back to you. That's what's going to happen. That's the fantasy, right? Magically, somehow, without specifics, right? Because they always talk about cutting. They never tell you how is that going to materially make my life better? When there's less people working at the DMV, when it takes, 2 years to get my passport processed because you fired half the staff. Now using the U.S. Postal Service takes twice as long. How does that materially actually make my life better? And by the way, do you think it's going to result in your taxes getting cut, middle class? Oh, honey. Oh my God, honey. You're not going to get the refund checks. Services are going to get worse, and your taxes aren't going to change. They'll probably go up. Welcome to America. Welcome back. Bong and stuff. Force them to sell what little assets they have quick and cheap. Plus death-driven eugenics, hypothetically. French Revolution, why don't they eat cake? WIC makes people's lives better and has a good ROI. It also prevents starving children from, literally begging like Charles Dickens novels on the sidewalk. Could I have a nickel for some bread, sir? It's not a joke. Shit really happened. So they're totally clueless. They're utterly and completely clueless. Listen to this. Another example. In a meeting today, Elon Musk, Vivek, and Speaker Johnson Elon and Vivek referred to the fact that because unelected bureaucrats now make most federal law, yeah, that's right, these two guys, member of an unelected bureaucratic body that is going to consult with the government. Anyway, Elon and Vivek referred to the fact that because unelected bureaucrats now make most federal law and control much of our economy, we've been stripped of the benefits of a constitutional republic. And, you know, they are fully aware of what they're destroying. These three individuals are fully aware that they are destroying the constitutional republic. And they say that shit with a straight face. It's manipulation. It's manipulation. They're totally clueless. Another one from Vivek. Just got to listen to this. This did not happen. Listen to this. You tell me if this passes your BS test. Just got approached by a federal employee who asked for a selfie and shared how much she appreciates Doge. Quote, "It has to happen. And if I get fired, I'm okay with it. Most humans are good people," and blah, 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 blah. Cut. So it didn't happen. And if it did happen, what was it? Some 6-month intern? I mean, I don't mind. I just got in here and, I'm going to move on to my, Goldman Sachs job in a couple months. So I don't, if it needs to happen, the government needs to fire me. It's okay. I'll be okay. Right? So if it really did happen, it's some young person in a temporary position who, who's got a safety, mommy and daddy safety net. Oh, I don't really mind if I lose my job. Yeah, because that's the case for all the government employees that you plan to cut. The tens of thousands. Oh, I don't mind. Yeah, this needs to happen. Yeah. I was just telling my husband the other day, boy, I sure hope I get fired. It doesn't really matter if they're lying to themselves or if they're knowingly lying to us, but they're fully aware that they're full of shit. It doesn't really matter because they will materially, substantively do the things that they're saying. So it doesn't really matter if they're stupid or maniacal. It does not matter because this is what they want to do. All right. Madness and horror complete. Congratulations, you made it to the other end. You fired up yet? You want to fucking change the world yet? I don't know how much I need to show the world. I don't know how much truth I need to put on the internet. I'll do it until the day I goddamn die. Because I don't know how else, I don't know how many times I need to say it and how many different ways I need to say it, right? But, man, our liberty is one of the most important things in our lives. And it's like oxygen. You can't imagine a world without it. You know what I mean? It's so essential. It's so necessary. I'm talking about liberty here. It's so essential that you kind of forget. It's like oxygen. Boy, do you know you're out of oxygen when you start losing it, right? Oh shit, I can't breathe. I need to fix this right away. It's the same thing with liberty. And maybe not the folks in the chat, maybe not the regulators in the chat, the badasses in the chat, because you found the news underground. You're looking for that real news. You know what the fuck's going on. You agree that the three-step solution is the right solution, a.k.a. political activism. Inform yourself. Sign up for an organization and put in the work like a motherfucking G. So everyone in the chat agrees, I hope. But it's about the normie. Right? It's about the mainstream. And this is where, I often have disagreements with anarchists and communists and things like that, right? Well, things would just be better if we just implemented a Marxist system. Yeah, okay. You don't go from where we're at to fucking Marxism, Jack. You're talking about step 150. We're on step 1. You got anything to fill the gap there? You just got to do it. You just got to do it, man. I don't really have any ideas, and I don't want to participate in activism that doesn't directly result in what I want. Then you're going to lose, bitch. Straw man. Commie straw man that I just created. You're going to fucking lose. Welcome back, Simply Steve. Yeah, I mean, a lot of, Marx and a lot of these, old school guys would be disgusted with the current leftists of the world, No one's willing to die for this shit. You got to be willing to die for this shit for it to work, for it to be effective. Right? The Black Panthers were willing to die for that shit. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X died for that shit. Tupac died for that shit. You got to live it. All right. So those are my comments on the new fascist future in America and what we need to do if we're going to stop this, or, hey, yeah, go ahead and lie on the ground. Look, if your argument is that I don't want to fight it and this is hard and it's frustrating and you're making me angry and you're making me sad, then just get the fuck out of my way. All right? Shut up and get the fuck out of my way. If that's your argument, that you just want to give up. I don't consider it giving up. Yeah, well, I don't care what you have deluded yourself into, redefining the definition. But if that's what you're saying, I don't like politics now anymore. It's frustrating. Yeah, well, welcome to the party, pal. Every pussy liberal needs to go. No. It's not go. We got to convince the ones we can convince and force the other ones to bend the knee, capitulate. It's politics, right? It's the trick of politics, right? Because anyone can be an authoritarian. It's like that's why dummies are authoritarians, right? Because it's 1 + 1 = 2. Oh, you got a problem? Delete the problem. Erase the problem. Right? That's what Mao thought. And then he had a famine, right? That's what the Nazis thought. And then they had a Holocaust, et cetera, et cetera. The Great Purge from Stalin, right? Killing all of his doctors and then dying in a puddle of piss because there's no fucking doctors. So, they gotta go. No, they have to be brought in. And that's a lot harder because this is a democracy. And that's a lot harder. I'm not claiming I have every single answer there, but I can tell you what has worked in the past. And what has worked in the past is nonviolent direct political action, a.k.a. the 3-step program that I just laid out. Over to South Korea. Yo! Crazy shit happening in South Korea, dog. Crazy. Well, that's all my commentary. Thank you so much. I'm going to go walk my dog and make sure you donate $20 every 5 seconds. I'm Hassan. Thank you. Bye. It's crazy, bro. So crazy, bro. It's lit. It's crazy lit. Lit, bro. Crazy. Fortnite crazy, bro. Bro, oh my God, bro. Thanks for the donos, bro. Thanks for the donos. Damn, you're one stubborn son of a woman.
Bitch.
Okay. South Korea. Let me catch you up here. Right-wing president whose wife is embroiled in some kind of embezzlement scam or something. She's in hot water. He's very unpopular. He sees the writing on the wall. He's going to lose. He's going to lose his next election. Even the K-pop scandal was nothing. Oh yeah. So he gets this is amazing. This fucking joker gets the wild ass idea to literally pull a motherfucking mulligan, pull a goddamn rabbit out of a hat, declares martial law, full-blown martial law, blames it on the left, who he says is in collusion with communist North Korea. And by the way, the left in South Korea are ardently anti-North Korea, anti-China, they're very pro-U.S., very pro-Western democracy. So this goofball comes out here and says that these people who are very pro-West are now working with North Korea, implements martial law, which is supposed to shut everything down. It does not shut everything down. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to pull a Trump. Because remember, Trump didn't have the balls to do this martial law, even during the BLM protests. But no. So, motherfucking, just 0 to 100. 0 to 100, dude. Martial law, right? We're literally being invaded by communist North Korea. Hasn't happened in South Korea in like 40 years, okay? Totally unprecedented. And out of the blue. So what's supposed to happen during martial law, right, is the government's supposed to shut down and all that. So people pour into the streets. Politicians sneak into break into their own building so that they can then vote to end the martial law. And the whole thing is over in a couple hours, and this president is just sitting there, his pants absolutely soaked with piss. Just complete embarrassment. Right around his ankles, dripping. You know what I'm saying? This guy completely shit the bed in terms of strategy. So what has happened since is that he's been impeached. And he's very defiant. This is crazy. He's saying, okay, I'm going to step down, but it's only temporary, and then I'll be back. It's just, okay, loser. All right, man. All right, dog. We just got done talking about Trump. Welcome back, Student Dad. So this is a wild story. And some of the scenes are totally crazy because here's the South Korean military doing what they're supposed to do. Okay, it's martial law. I've been brought out here. The citizens are pissed. And this politician right here, who's being blocked from getting into the government building, I showed this footage before. I have to show it again. She is the baddest of badasses, okay? The soldier guy's like sticking his gun in her face. She grabs the gun. Just in a total, she's like, she must have been shaking afterwards from all the adrenaline, right? But she's so angry. She's, just red hot pissed. And then she throws the gun away. The soldier walks away and she starts screaming, shouldn't you be ashamed, or are you ashamed? Absolute hero. Amazing. Truly amazing stuff. South Korean people have been protesting ever since. The whole thing is amazing, and it really is. This is not a victory of conservatism. This is not a victory of authoritarianism. This is a victory of democracy right here in South Korea. This is how this kind of stuff should work. In terms of somebody goes too far, the people react, the politicians react. The government has mechanisms to react, right? It's not, okay, in 8 months, maybe we'll do an impeachment that means literally jack shit and doesn't change a fucking thing, right? No. Substantive things happen immediately after the situation happens, right? So this is a victory, in my eye. This is a victory of democracy right now, what's happening in South Korea. Let's get the latest. Look at that.
South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has been impeached for declaring martial law. President Yoon went from an unpopular president who had about 2.5 years left of his 5-year term to someone who the public, the opposition, and even some of his own ruling party lawmakers wanted to see gone. Members of Yoon's party, who boycotted the vote last week, switched their minds and decided to impeach Yoon. This comes amid growing public backlash, uncertainty about who's actually running the country, and polling that showed more and more people wanted Yoon out. What happens next is that President Yoon immediately loses his presidential powers. That goes to the Prime Minister Han Duck-soo. But Yoon will not be ousted from office immediately. The decision needs to be reviewed by South Korea's constitutional court, and that will take months.
저는 북한 공산 세력의 위협으로부터 자유 대한민국을 수호하고 우리 국민의 자유와 행복을 약탈하고 있는 파렴치한
So I love this, right? Because this is kind of the best of both worlds. Because you don't want a system that can be easily gamified, right? And then you're going to have what we're going to have, you know, with Trump here, lawfare, right? They're going to use all of these systems. You think, at least that's what they're threatening, that they're going to use these systems against politicians that haven't necessarily committed treasonous crimes or impeachment level crimes, but they'll be tried as such, right? And it'll be used as a weapon. So this is really great because it happens immediately. He loses all ability to make decisions. He loses power until the review is completed, or else he steps down, right? So it's kind of the best of both worlds, where it's like putting the brakes in this guy immediately. Okay, but if this is truly unjust, there is a process before you are officially given the boot. There is a process where that's reviewed, but until that process, you are not allowed to do jack shit. You literally are just vestigial. I love that. I think that's a great system. Tell me if you disagree.
중북 반국가 세력들을 일거에 척결하고 자유 헌정 질서를 지키기 위해 비상 계엄을 선포합니다.
President Yoon declared martial law because he was cornered politically. He felt desperate and isolated.
Yeah.
What unfolded was a scene out of a K-drama, pure fiction, where we saw soldiers storming the National Assembly building, trying to halt lawmakers from taking a vote. We saw citizens, at the urging of the opposition leader, flood the streets in front of National Assembly, using their bodies to halt armored vehicles from entering. We saw soldiers break down windows. We saw lawmakers scaling fences to get inside the building to nullify President Yoon's martial law.
Strategy member, you can force the regulatory body that is reviewing this, you can force that to be checked and balanced, transparent, and nonpartisan. So you can make that standard, right? That would avoid the ability to take advantage of that process, right? You can make, it's not impossible.
Order. We saw the start of criminal investigations into the martial law decree, both into President Yoon and his cabinet. We've seen members of President Yoon's inner circle be arrested.
Yeah, simply Steve.
If the impeachment is upheld in courts, South Koreans will vote for its next leader. And as the situation looks today, the clear frontrunner is opposition party head Lee Jae-myung. But he would represent a dramatic shift on foreign policy with President Yoon. The opposition wants to pursue diplomacy with North Korea, not confrontation. President Yoon drew closer to the White House and the U.S. than we've seen in recent memory, including three-way relationships with the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. That will have a tougher odds of success if the opposition is the head of South Korea.
Right. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing that there might be separation, disagreement with U.S. foreign policy goals, and an attempt to calm relations with North Korea. Might be a good idea right now. I mean, because what are you going to do? Are we going to invade North Korea? Is that what we're going to do? All right, over to Argentina. Let me play something that isn't that trippy. That's a little too trippy for the stream. So over to Argentina. Lots of talk about, Javier Milei. Is the Chainsaw Man doing what he promised? And yeah, he is doing what he promised. And he's wrecked the economy, which is exactly what he promised. The real question is there light at the end of the tunnel? Is this dollarization of the Argentinian economy going to actually result in benefits. Right now, of course, as predicted, as promised, the poorest people in Argentina are being hit the hardest. It's just welcome to the real world. It sucks. This is not the direction that I would go in. The reason why this is scary, and this could also actually be connected to the United States as well, because right now, Javier Milei is being, let me see if I can get a picture of this guy. Yeah, there we go. You got Javier Milei here being seen by the right-wing establishment as like, this is the guy, man. This is the dude. You see what he did to the economy and how awesome it is and how great everything is in the Argentinian economy now. It's going great, right? It's going really, really good, right? Because like what, this guy is, he is the Doge department. He's come in and he has eliminated dozens of departments. And look, the Argentina, Argentina. How come I can't say that now? Why is my brain stuck? Buenos Aires, Argentina. Yeah, am I saying that correctly? What's wrong with me? I'm saying that correctly, right? You see how my
Argentina.
See, I knew it. I knew I was fucking up. I knew it. God. I have something called imposter's syndrome. I have imposter syndrome, okay? I know. I have imposter syndrome, and what happens is, like, I'll do this with, like, 5-letter words. Like, I know how to spell this word, but it looks weird to me. Is that too many shrooms? Yeah, my brain is pretty fucking fried right now. Okay, Argentina. But no, this is the question. This is the question, right? Is this going to work? Well, right now it's not working. Last I heard, Argentina economy inflation skyrocketed. Yeah, well, yeah. Let me read the article here. So over the past year, Abasto lost her home. She blames the Argentinian government for her present circumstances. Quote, "This is very hard. Before we had a home, we had access to subsidies, but the government suddenly took everything away." Abasto told Al Jazeera her face a mix of sadness and resignation. Yeah, I think you're right, Kat. Quote, "I don't know what we're going to do." Abasto is one of the increasing numbers of Argentinians who fell deeper into poverty during the first year of Javier Milei's presidency, and he promised this. For nearly 40 years, Argentina's poverty level has consistently hovered around 25%. But since the far-right Milei took office in December 10th, 2023, that figure has skyrocketed. Over the last year, the poverty rate reached nearly 53%. Doubled. That's the highest level in 20 years, according to a research team at the Argentine Catholic University that has kept track of key economic indicators. That spike has led experts and advocates to increasingly question Milei's chainsaw approach to slashing public spending and its consequences. So, as usual, it's the beautiful people caught in the mix. Yeah, midnight, exactly. Is that you with Cornel West? Is that you got a picture with Cornel West? Eduardo Danza, one of the experts behind the UCA study, warned that those who fell under the poverty line this year included people with jobs and higher education. Quote, so, I mean, this is starting to hit the middle class, is what this is saying. Quote, "This is the result of a number of structural issues, including the drastic devaluation of the peso," which was intentional, was what he wanted to do, because the whole idea is to switch over to the dollar, which was part of Milei's shock economic plan. Danza told Al Jazeera, Argentina is a very particular... Argentina? My God, man. My God! Argentina is a very particular country where these types of devaluations directly impact prices. Danza is critical of Milei's sweeping changes to the economy, which he warned could backfire. Quote, "The outlook is challenging," Danza told the Al told Al Jazeera, quote, the government believes that by fixing the macroeconomic variables, they can fix the overall economy, but that doesn't necessarily work in practice. So far. I'll add so far to that. So, if you want to read the rest of this amazing article, here is the link. But, you know, does Al Jazeera have its own biases? You know, is it always 100% correct on everything that it says and reports on? No, of course. Of course not. But this is direct. This is real journalism, direct on the ground, interviews with people, how this has changed, real numbers, right? Real source numbers from a local Argentinian organization who's calculating this stuff. So don't try to kill the messenger. Oh, it's Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera. You can't even believe anything. Don't give me that shit. Okay? Because, like, here's the thing. I don't like neoliberals. I don't like how they run things. I don't like how they treat the third world. You know, putting them in massive debt, then holding them hostage and impoverishing their economy and forcing their leaders to implement extreme austerity measures to pay back that debt. It's weaponized, aid. It's not good. I don't like the way neoliberals do that. And I think the Argentina is a great example of neoliberal failure to govern, which is it's a very consistent problem that is affecting Western democracy across the world. So in a twisted, weird way, I kind of would like to see Milei succeed in this bizarre experiment. But I think he's ideologically the wrong guy for this. I think he has his own extreme right-wing conservative biases, hates liberalism in every form, and of course equates progressivism with, communism and all that shit. One of those guys. I don't think he's the right man to do this kind of shock economic project. And, I think that was my prediction, is that he's going to make a lot of people suffer doing this cockamamie bullshit. And eventually people are going to get so fed up, he's either going to, step down or be replaced. The experiment's going to fail. But I just wanted to point out, I'm not a hater. I acknowledge the failures of this country's economy. It's actually legendary. If you go through, there's Argentina is well known for neoliberal economic failure. So it's quite an interesting country. So and this is not the first time that they've had major economic issues. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to be a hater. I would like to see something work so that people can have a higher standard of living. I'm not convinced that Javier Milei is the right guy for it. I think he's a fucking right winger. I think he's a ideologically conservative freak. And broken clock syndrome, right? Maybe he does have some good ideas and some good observations about the Argentinian economy. Sure. Is he actually going to fix it? So far, no. From what I've seen, so far, no. And there's a lot, all over. If you go on Twitter right now, right? If you were to go on, God, do I want to do this? If you were to go on Twitter, am I even still logged in? No, I'm not. Fuck it. But when you go on Twitter, the right wing is just in full praise of Milei. Oh, this is how we got to do it, and it's a big success, and it's already working out so great, and it's a total lie. That's not true right now. It's actually, it's not a big success. Basically what's happened is, if you're trying to rebuild a house, you've successfully demolished the house. Okay, does anyone know how to build a house now? Milei claims he knows how to build a house. And it's all fun and games until you're trying to put a door on a door frame and you have no fucking idea what you're doing. You realize, oh, I actually need to be a master craftsman to build a house. I actually need to know what I'm doing to build a house. Yeah, I don't know. At midnight, I don't know. But anyway, there's your Argentina update. Argentina update. Words. Have you heard of them? Words. I like words. Argentina. Argentina.
You're a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't
have the guts.
To be what you want to be.
That's right. You know, I heard a wise man once said, first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. I think it was in the Bible or something. Diplomats meet in Jordan to discuss Syria's future. So this is kind of interesting because there's no Syrians at the fucking meeting. They're in a rock and a hard place, this international community right now. Okay, Sir Smoke-A-Lot over here. Yeah, so, I mean, Sir Smoke-A-Lot, yeah, you're kind of parroting the current narrative that's like, oh, he has the best, you know, he's a man of the people, and he has the best interests of Argentines in mind. I'm not so convinced. I'm not so convinced. I think he, you know, he talks up a good game, but I don't know. I think a guy that is so willing to make so many poor people suffer for his little personal experiment, I don't think it's right to say that person cares about all of Argentina. You know what I mean? Because he's currently making 53% of Argentinians suffer more than what they were under the neoliberal government. So those are my thoughts there. Over to Syria, pretty wild shit. So anyway, this meeting is really something. So there's no Syrians in this meeting because a lot of these governments consider the current government in place, HTS, I believe, HTS in Syria. They basically have classified them as a fucking terrorist group. So they're not even part of this meeting right now. Yeah, poverty is a fluent concept, totally. The rebels be like Humpty Dumpty, now we run this country. Well, I mean, you know. So here's the thing. Just like with Afghanistan, there was this opportunity that the Taliban had, and we all knew it was ridiculous because it's the fucking Taliban, right? Like, come on. Moderate terrorist group. So no, check it out though. You know, so there was this window that the Taliban had to let women read, to not be religious zealots, to not treat women like property, to not, treat gay people like monsters, et cetera, human rights considerations, right? So there was a window of time that they could have shown the world that they actually are following through on that, because they did promise that. They did promise that right away, immediately. They got right in front of a microphone and, oh, it's a new Taliban. So moderate and progressive. Oh, so you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. I let my wife wear shoes yesterday. I'm so progressive. So the reason why they did that is because they wanted international legitimacy, because when you have international legitimacy, you get treated like one of the players in the room. You get to start trading, you get the ching, you can, you get to trade technology. There's all kinds of fun stuff you can do if you are considered a legitimate government, right? So Taliban, no, no. Immediately going back on a bunch of their promises, like literally weeks later, making it illegal for women to go to university, and then making it illegal for women to not be accompanied, all this thing. Now, I think it's like illegal for you to listen to music in Afghanistan. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse, right? So here's the thing though. STS, or what the fuck is it called? What is HTS? What is the goddamn HTS? Anyway, HTS. Thank you. So, here's the skinny on these guys. they absolutely used to work with motherfucking ISIS, right? They used to be down with ISIS. And it was during that time that this organization was then classified as a terrorist organization. Since that time that they were classified as a terrorist organization, they have split with ISIS and have since literally fought and killed ISIS on the battlefield. Okay? So they're not buddies anymore. They have separated themselves, and one of them, they're, according to at least the analyses that I've I think watched. I don't think I've read. According to some of these experts that I've seen, they say that the main reason that HTS and ISIS broke up was that HTS was starting to disagree with ISIS's tactics of violence, right? Like, hey, this is counterproductive. You know, we want to be a legitimate government. We don't want to just be the terrorists. We want to actually lead. So there was a major disagreement. And then HTS eventually is fighting and killing ISIS elements in Syria. Right, because there's like they have a small enclave in Syria. Everyone's got a little piece of Syria right now, man. Fucking Turkey, Israel, ISIS, these rebel groups, right? The old Syrian government coalition that's now gone. So I mean, everyone's getting a little slice of Syria. It's pretty wild. We'll see what happens, right? Because so this is going back to what I said originally. This is a golden opportunity for HTS to get international legitimacy, because a lot of these, this is what they're talking about. They're like, hey guys, do we throw him a bone? You know, Assad was a nightmare. No one liked Assad. He was a human rights nightmare. You know, it made us working with him, because Obama worked with, Western democracies initially loved him. Oh, he was supposed to be the jewel in the Middle East. And look, he's our guy. He had a very Western style, appearance, and there was a big deal. Oh, this is our guy. So it's like, that was a total disaster. What we've been wanting to be rid of this guy for a while. He's gone now. Do we throw these guys a bone? And I think the decision was basically yes. And what that means is right now, they're basically going to say nothing. They're not going to say, we're cool with HTS now and we go back on that. They're basically going to say nothing. They're not, and that's very important, because what they're not going to do is going to say these guys are terrorists, don't trust them. They're basically the Taliban, fucking Taliban 2.0. Sharia law, it's real, they are going to do Sharia law and it's going to be the worst. It's worse than Iran, right? They could be saying that, and I don't think they're going to. I think they're just going to stay quiet and give HTS an opportunity to create some stability, because that's what they really want. They want stability so that we can start taking advantage of Syria, right? So we can start, using it as a military ally, and then also, extracting resources as a trade partner, et cetera, right? So they want that stability in this country. So if HTS has the wherewithal and ability to do that, okay, we might be able to take you off that list and legitimize your government. And hey, you want to work with Uncle Sam? Right? Kind of an interesting situation right now. So I think that's all the context. That's what we're seeing right now with this meeting, but also why there's no HTS representative. There's no fucking Syrian in the goddamn room, dude. It's pretty hilarious. All right, let's get to it.
Now, diplomats from the European Union, United States, and the Arab world are meeting in Jordan as the international community attempts to help steer Syria's lightning revolution. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Turkey wants to crush the Kurds, which, man, I mean, Turkey, fuck, man, what is that? I gotta understand the history there, but it's like Turkey hates Kurdistan. They want to fucking wipe them out, dude. What Syrian diplomats are there? We got some guy on Skype. Says he's Secretary of he's the secretary of retrofitting Toyota trucks with 1960s mortars. He's really good at it. That's who. I mean, it's like no one there. There's no one from Syria there. This is simply everyone else going like, well, what do we do? Yeah, there's a yes. And it's like I remember covering that. And it's like, honestly, they deserve just give them what they want. End this conflict.
Met with Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan during the talks. Blinken is on a Middle East tour, hoping to establish a common front as Syria works on
just give the Kurds a little slice. End this shit.
Setting up a new government after the regime of Bashar al-Assad collapsed last week. The Islamist group that toppled the regime says it has set up an interim government. HTS is designated a terrorist organization by many Western governments. Let's bring in Haid Haid. He is a Syrian columnist and a consultant fellow with the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House. Hello and welcome, Said. So the rebels have installed a transitional government promising to protect the rule of law and the right of all Syrians. But can they be trusted to deliver such promises?
Unmute your shit, bro. Unmute your shit.
Thank you for having me. I think one of the main issues right now is not only that HTS is a designated terrorist group, but the group itself has been the main actor in charge of forming the transitional government and leading the transitional process without having any direct connections to...
That's a really good question, Midnight. I haven't heard anything because that is a very important thing. You know, how are they going to respond to Israel taking a chunk of their country? Because that'll keep them on that terrorist list right there.
The political process led by the UN in Geneva, as well as without much sort of consultations, if any, with other Syrian actors, especially those who are outside of Syria. So this is why I think it's a cause for concern for many Syrians as well as non-Syrians who are watching what's happening there.
Right. Diplomats and international representatives met in Jordan today to discuss the future of Syria. It was without any Syrians present. What do you make of that?
I think it's a worrying sign that...
to answer your question there, Kat, I believe Russia has left Syria. I believe that was the headline that I read today, is that Russia is leaving Syria. So I think they're empty now.
There were no Syrians involved. However, I understand the need of the international community, especially at this point, to come together and have an agreement among themselves as outsider players when it comes to what they want to see happening inside the country, and two, how to support the transitional process there and how to ensure that that transitional process is inclusive and is democratic as well. So now let's hope that this will be the last time they meet alone without other Syrians who or without Syrian voices, but let
me look this up. I don't want to spread misinformation. Let me look up the article that I was talking about.
It's crucial right now to basically understand not only the general sort of principles they laid out in their statement about...
All right, I'm glad I looked this up. Yeah, Russia pulling back. Okay, shut up. Russia pulling back, but not out of Syria, sources say. Yeah, because that would be big news, right? They would have to scuttle a shitload of equipment if you're getting out that quick. Russia is pulling back its military from the front lines in northern Syria and from posts in Alawati Mountains, but is not leaving its two main bases in the country after the fall of President Bashar al-Assad. So, okay, they're pulling back, occupy their bases. Once again, wait and see, right? What's going to actually happen here? The ousting of Assad along with his late father, blah, 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 blah. Satellite footage from Friday shows what appears to be at least two Antov AN-124s among the world's largest cargo planes at the Hameim base with their nose cones open, apparently preparing to load up. Okay. So they've emptied out a few bases, kept a few of the important ones. Now they're going to wait and see. Yep. Sounds about right. Fucking Putin, man. True bastards.
The importance of having a democratic and inclusive transition, but how they are trying to achieve that.
Right. There are other foreign actors with interest in Syria, such as Turkey, you can say Israel, Russia, the U.S., and even...
So Smoke a lot, not just Russia, but also Iran being totally tied up because of Israel. Hezbollah, you know, in a full fight with Israel. All of those factors kicked in and left Assad pretty vulnerable because he wasn't smart enough to invest in his army or training or anything. He wasn't capable of defending himself at all.
In Iran. So how likely is it that the future of Syria will be decided by the people of Syria?
Well, first of all, I think there is a clear UN resolution that charts or lays out a roadmap for what Syrians need to do and how they need to do it in order to ensure that there is an inclusive transition, starting with forming an inclusive transitional body to run the country for a short period of time until there is a review and even a process to rewrite the constitution, restructure the army, security forces, provide essential services while preparing for the elections when the right time comes.
Right. We'll wait and see how things develop. Haid, consultant fellow with the Middle East and North Africa.
Unfortunately, no, the Gaza war is not over. Just shocking stuff. I mean, Assad's regime was really, really horrific. He absolutely dropped those chemical weapons. This is how he was treating people in these dungeons. He would make people disappear. CNN's Clarissa Ward frees Syrian prisoner left to die in windowless cell. Moving footage shows Syrian civilian emerging to the light for the first time in 3 months. So they just scooped this guy up. Who knows? You know, maybe he'd, said something against the regime on social media. You know, maybe somebody who was a loyalist to the regime had some kind of problem with him. Might be an actual criminal. I don't know. There's probably there's got to be a couple actual criminals in there. You know, who knows? But this was how Assad would do things: throw you into a dark hole for months. You know, and here's the thing: disappearing people instead of just straight up, executing them is actually more effective, because when you disappear someone, you leave open the opportunity that you might get them back. So it actually creates, amongst the population, it makes them more cold, right? Because, well, if I shut up and I stop talking bad against the regime, I might get my family member back. We haven't, it hasn't been confirmed that my brother is actually dead. He's just been gone for 8 months without a trace. The government doesn't respond to us. And we've heard stories of other families getting their family member back after 12 months, after 24 months, coming out like this. I mean, I think there was also footage of a guy who only, he was so abused, he was only able to say one word. I think it was the town that he was in or something like that, but he was just saying one word over and over and over again.
It tops our world lead as Syria's new rebel leaders say they will not pardon Assad regime officials who tortured and killed prisoners during the decades of his brutal reign. CNN's Clarissa Ward went to a Syrian prison to find someone still locked in a cell with no idea that Assad's regime had fallen.
Sickening.
Deep in the belly of the regime's Air Force intelligence headquarters,
these are English letters.
We are hoping to find traces of ostentatious.
Look at the size of that. that space that she was in. Look at that. They just throw you in there, no windows, no bed, no bedding. You know, I don't know, maybe there's a hole in the floor for you to shit in. They just leave you in there. And they probably tell you every day, "Oh, we're going to kill you, we're going to kill you." Horror.
English letters. We are hoping to find traces of Austin Tice, an American journalist held captive in Syria since 2012. It's one of many secret prisons across the city. This specific branch was tasked.
All right, Greg. Well, I mean, you know, CNN is not above faking things. That's kind of more than what CNN is comfortable with in terms of, you know, they're happy to omit the truth. You know, they're happy to twist a narrative, but outright fakery. CNN, that's not really their game. You know, they're not. I don't think they'd be very good at it. You know.
Tasked with surveillance, arrest, and killing of all regime critics.
These are all cleaned up.
We don't find any hints of Tice, but come across something extraordinary.
I can't tell though, it might just be a blanket, but it's the only cell that's locked. Is he gonna shoot it?
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door. We go in to get a closer look. It's still not clear if there is something under the blanket.
Jesus. So I guess for survival, for his very survival, they do give him a blanket. A blanket.
Look at this. Is there someone there? Is someone there?
I mean, if they fake this is epic. This is epic fakery.
Or is it just a blanket? I don't know.
It's like she doesn't want to touch it, dog.
I think it's someone. Hello?
Okay, I just
Yeah, you know, maybe he was pretending to be. This is how, because this is how you would survive in this kind of environment, right? You would just make yourself as small and unseen as humanly possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow.
I'm a civilian, he says. I'm a civilian.
Wow.
It's okay. It's okay.
Wow.
He tells the fighter he's from the city of Homs and has been in the cell for 3 months. Okay, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
This is totally crazy footage. No way, this is fake.
You're okay. He clutches my arm tightly with both hands. Okay. Does anyone have any water? Water.
This guy.
Mike.
Don't let me go.
Mike. Okay, it's water. It's water.
Wow.
Okay.
Holy fuck. Holy fucking fuck.
Okay, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. We start to walk him outside. Thank God you are safe. Don't be afraid, the fighter says. You are free. This is the third prison they brought me to, he says. The third prison. After 3 months in a windowless cell, he can finally see the sky. My God, the light, he says. Oh God, there is light. My God, there is light. Okay.
I mean, it looks like they get bathroom breaks every so often, right? It's probably like, you know, once a day they get to go to the bathroom. In terms of the grooming, because yeah, I mean, you'd be seeing like the lip overhang like this, you know, if you're in there for months. So, you know, I think the reason why you would do that is for your own, you know, so that, you know, you're not, if you don't want to kill these people, you know, you want them to suffer, but you want them to stay alive. You give them the ability to, like, you know, for basic stuff like that, right? A blanket, right? A couple blankets on the floor, right? No other furniture. It was literally just a fucking like back room style space, just a fucking concrete cube with a, you know, a blanket. But if they didn't have to give him that blanket for survival, they probably wouldn't.
Stay with me. Stay with me. He repeats again and again. For 3 months, I didn't know anything about my family. I didn't hear anything about my children. The fighter hands him something to eat. He barely lifted it to his mouth. But his body can't handle it.
Okay, you're okay.
His captors fled during the fall of Damascus, leaving him with no food or water. That was at least 4 days ago. I'm shaking. My face is shaking, he says. The rebel tells him there's no more army, no more prisons, no more checkpoints. Are you serious, he says? Surya Harra. Syria is free, he tells him. It's the first time he has heard those words. He tells us his name is Adil Khurbal, and that officers from the much-feared Mukhabarat intelligence services took him from his home and began interrogating him about his phone.
And it could be a totally innocuous thing that he said. He could agree with the regime or disagree with the regime. Could be a dude that he knows, you know, somebody that just wants to fuck him over. Oh yeah, calling up the government. Oh yeah, this guy's a total. He's trying to, you know, topple the Syrian regime, dude. He's trying to topple Assad. That's all it takes. And then you're scooped up. And if you're lucky, you get out of there. If you're lucky. Like I said, some, you know, they to keep this fear in people's hearts and minds about, well, if I just shut up, if I just acquiesce, you know, they'll hurt me, but they won't kill me. And maybe I'll get my brother back or sister back, right? So sometimes you get released, right?
They brought me here to Damascus. They asked me about names of terrorists, he says. Did they hit you, the fighter asks? Yes, yes, he says. As a paramedic arrives, the shock sets in. There's nothing. Everything's okay. The Red Crescent is coming to help you, this man assures him. You are safe. Don't be afraid anymore. Everything you are afraid of is gone. Tens of thousands of Syrians have disappeared in Assad's prisons. Up until 15 minutes ago, Adil Khurbal was one of them. He is still petrified.
Wow.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, the ambulance worker reassures him. Every car I got into, they blindfolded me, he says. It is the end of a very dark chapter for him and for all of Syria. But so many ghosts remain.
Jake, I have to say, I have been doing this job for nearly 20 years now, and that really was one of the most extraordinary moments that I have ever witnessed.
Look, she got lucky, okay? But here's the thing. You got it. She showed up. She didn't have to go out there, right? She took the assignment. She got on the plane, put herself in danger to get the story, right? It's like 95% showing up. 95% showing up. So credit where credit's due. Her and the crew. Great journalism. Once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. Right? Lucky. Hey, everything requires a little bit of luck. So she got damn lucky. But right there, nailed it. That's... You're never going to forget that.
We don't know why the regime of Bashar al-Assad took Adil Khurbal. He doesn't know why they took him. He was basically living a very simple life in the city of Homs in an area called Khaldiya. He said the Mukhabarat basically came to his house and said that there was some issue with people he had been making phone calls with. But we have to be very clear here. This is the type of thing where the Mukhabarat would take anyone with impunity. They would detain them, they would interrogate them, they would beat them.
Just like El Salvador.
They would keep them for months.
This is what's happening in El Salvador, right? And we're all supposed to be praising it, right? That he's the good dictator, he's the Zoomer dictator, he's the crypto dictator, right? He's abusing human rights the right way, right? Oh my God, look at the freeze frame. I nailed that one, dude. Whoa, watch out.
Years on end, they didn't have to give a reason. You didn't even have to be an activist. You didn't even have to be part of the opposition against Bashar al-Assad. So many of the people, Jake, who disappeared inside these dungeons were ordinary Syrians struggling to understand what on earth they had done to get there in the first place.
By the way, America created this scenario in Iraq and Afghanistan. We started handing out money for information on terrorism. And we started doing exactly what Assad was doing. Scooping up randos, throwing them in Abu Ghraib. Motherfuckers that had no idea what was going on. So, America bad. Conclusion over.
We don't know where Adul Khurban is now. He got into that ambulance. We offered to give him our phones to call his family, but as you can see.
There you go. You get the point. Amazing story. Amazing story. And, you know, hey, congratulations to the journalist. There's the rest of the article if you want to read it. But just truly amazing stuff, and just, you know, a nice little, just an example of just one of the human beings that was abused by the Assad family. And there are probably hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions, who have been traumatized, maimed, killed by the Assad regime. And of course, where is he welcomed with open arms? Well, Russia, of course. Let's not get it twisted, though. America is perfectly happy to house America, UK, Germany. We're all happy to house war criminals, right? Is this the same? No, this is a different. I mean, women over here, dude. Women are killing it in the journalism world. So there's this. I have to show this footage. This journalist here, Lindsay Hilsum, fucking riding along with HTS, you know, riding along with the goddamn so-called terrorists, and she gets she's, you know, after the HTS have cleared the building, basically she's in there in one of Assad's drug factories. So he was making this speed-like narcotic that is taken all over the Middle East. So he was making this to fund his government. And this was, you know, one of the places she gets in there, dude. She's like picking up handfuls of fucking drugs and stuff. So really, really amazing journalism coming over here. And this one's from Channel 4. So amazing footage. I just had to show it to you. I need to go check on my dog, who is whining. I don't know if she's in a weird position or something. Sometimes she gets stuck. So I got to go check on her. I'll be right back. 2-3 minutes, I promise.
The car in front is leading us to a place where until last week, few Syrians would dare to venture. The gate is guarded by militiamen of Syria's new Salvation government. It looks like any factory, with a shipping container for exporting the goods.
This is amazing. We've been brought here by a man who doesn't want to show his face. He says that before, this was a factory making potato crisps.
But after Bashar al-Assad's brother Maher seized the premises, it was used for more sinister purposes.
My God.
Captagon.
Captagon here. This one is Captagon as well. I mean, what I'm looking at now, this is the mainstay of the Assad economy, these drugs. And here, these are electronic components. My God, this is heavy. This is really heavy. This will have been worth, well, I don't know, tens of thousands. This is what kept the Assad regime going, this stuff.
The illegal drug trade was worth $10 billion a year to the regime, more than Syria's official GDP. 2 interlocked half moons on each pill show it's Captagon, an amphetamine manufactured for a few cents, retailed for $25 a pill.
This is a drug that's used all over the Gulf. It's like a clubbing drug in Saudi Arabia. And nearly all of it was made here and in Hezbollah facilities in Lebanon.
While we were looking around, the original crisp factory owner appeared.
بال 2018 تم اغتصاب المصنع واتهموني بالإرهاب وهجروني رجعنا نحن قبل سقوط بشار الأسد ب10 أيام.
Yeah, so it's like a speed, it keeps you up, keeps you moving, kind of like meth, but it's not nearly as addictive. Terrorist crisps. I don't know. I'm really curious about. I'd try it. I'd pop one just to see what it does to you, right? But really popular on the battlefield, keeps you going, keeps you going.
يوم السقوط جينا لهون منعونا في قوات فرقة الرابعة تبع
Yeah, and it used to be a potato chip factory.
الأسد اعتقلنا 2 وسلمناهم للهيئة الشرعية.
We found a business card for Amer Taisir Khiti, an associate of Mahar al-Assad, sanctioned for his role in the Captagon trade.
Yeah, Captagon. Captagon. I've never heard of it either. Captagon. Very interesting, right?
And labels for a consignment of apricots destined for Dubai. But that's not real fruit. It's plastic used to contain the pills for export.
They would put the drug in fake oranges. What they would do is they would have a plastic orange, and the orange would not be full of a normal orange segments. It would be full of those pills instead, and that was how they exported them all over the region.
We walked further in. The floor was sticky with residue. The plastic containers had melted, apparently because Assad's people had tried to burn the place down before fleeing.
Right.
I'm told that what I'm seeing here are the precursors for Captagon. Now, those chemicals could have been imported from anywhere. Some of them may have come from China, they may not. But that's what they were putting together here to turn into the drug.
In another room, we found more precursors. Some of these chemicals are also used in cleaning products. They're not illegal until combined with other ingredients to make Captagon.
مخزن للمواد الأولية اللي هي تحضير الحبوب السموم.
Right, so you get the point here. Pretty amazing stuff, right? Great journalism. Once again, killer journalism. Totally killing it. Great scene, right? She's going through. She has no idea what I believe she's looking at an electrical motor. She has no idea what she's doing. But there's like drugs everywhere. There's drugs all over the floor. There's fucking pills and boxes and stuff everywhere. So good for her. And once again, yeah, you get a little lucky, but honestly, she took the assignment. She got on the plane. She's hanging out with fucking, Allah Akbar, screaming Sharia law. They want her hair to be covered up, that kind of stuff. So props to her. Props to her. Yeah, it's a drug lab, Lenny. Yeah, it's not very sanitary for a drug lab. Jeez. Clean up your drug lab, guys. God. Trying to be professionals around here. Okay. You remember how I told you the horror was over with? I lied. It's Gaza time. I lied. I lied. I'm telling the truth even when I lie.
Bitch.
So every time I talk about Gaza now, I just need to, I'll try to keep this as quick as possible for everyone else that's heard it. More genocide. Yay. But no, here's the thing. I am basically 90% confident in my conclusion that Israel is erasing Palestine, literally conquering Palestine, and will not stop until Palestine does not exist. Eventually, they will take the West Bank, and eventually they will take all of Gaza. They're just taking the north right now, but eventually they will take all of Gaza. Really, in my opinion, the only thing that is being honestly debated by Israeli leadership is what to do with the Palestinians after the land has been stolen. Do we kill them? Ooh, that's tough, right? That's really tough. That's death camps and mass graves and mass crematoriums, and you're killing women and children and you're hunting them down. And I know the IDF would be okay with that. The IDF would be totally cool with that. But still sloppy. And of course, we have our allies that would let us do it. You know, Joe Biden would let the IDF slaughter every man, woman, and child in Palestine. Joe Biden would support Israel to the very end. But it's harder. It's harder, right? For some reason, it's not. If you're a Republican, it's not that hard. You can totally support genocide and murder, and everyone pats you on the back, and I'll never understand that. While claiming to be anti-war, by the way, while pretending that this fiction that Donald Trump is anti-war is somehow true. Back to what I'm saying. Really, the only thing that's being debated is what do we do with the Palestinians after we've taken over Palestine? One, do we kill them all? No. Kind of. That's the last one. That's the last thing. That's the last option. Do we exile all of them? Kick them all out into Jordan, kick them all out into Egypt, right? Mass exile, filling tens of thousands of people, on buses and planes, and dropping them off in governments that, don't want them, that are not allied with Israel, that will fight this every tooth and nail. Right. So what you would do is you would dump them on your side of the border, but then just keep dumping them, expecting them to cross the border in droves. What else are you going to do? What, drop them? Just drop them, throw them out of a plane like fucking cargo? But, load 50 Palestinians onto a pallet, right? Shrink wrap it with plastic, and then put a fucking parachute on that bad boy, throw it off the plane, and cross your fingers. Is that how you do it? Okay, so that's option number 2, right? Pretty messy, expensive, super expensive. There are estimates that the mass deportation that Donald Trump wants to do is going to cost America $88 to $90 billion a year just to kick down doors and, put them on buses and ship them across the border and, doing that a million times, right? So could you imagine how expensive it would be for Israel to mass exodus every Palestinian, right, into Jordan or Egypt or both? So that's option 2, right? Well, it's better than killing them all, but still really expensive, still logistically really hard. Here is the option that I think that they're going to take. Option number 3, assimilation. and apartheid. You take over sovereignty of the region right from under the Palestinians, right? Boom, you're no longer like magic. One day you fell asleep in Palestine and then you woke up in Israel. Welcome to Israel. All the Palestinians get Israeli citizenship, but they're second-class citizens, right? They just extend the apartheid state that they built in the West Bank across all of that, and you make it legal to ghettoize, right? So the Palestinians will, they won't leave Gaza. They'll still be in Gaza, but they will then be ghettoized, right? They'll be cordoned off into certain areas, the unattractive areas, all the beach area, all the really nice and good vacation and really good stuff. That's all going to be taken by Israel. That's all theirs. Settlers have already picked out their favorite spots, literally. Settlers have already picked out their favorite spots. So that's what I believe is going to happen. I believe that there is no stopping that because the West wants this. Because the West wants this. This is a project that has started after before World War II, but really kicked off after World War II in the 40s. This is a project that has always been about, from a Zionist perspective, always been about completely and totally assimilating the Palestinian territory. I think, Western leaders would prefer there to be a two-state solution and then everyone can just shut up about it. But at the end of the day, they believe that, it's better to have Israel as an ally than any of the Arab countries. So if a genocide and an apartheid is what is created to keep this military satellite in the Middle East, this very effective tool against Iran and Egypt and Jordan and all these other Arab countries, right? That is more important than Palestinian lives, than Palestinian identity, Palestinian existence. That's been the goal from day one, I believe. For the West, a military satellite has been the goal. For the Zionists, it's been the domination of Palestine has been the goal from day one. Yeah, there'll be all kinds of forms of resistance, Lenny, but it will, because of the massive power of the United States and the allies, Britain and Germany, because of the massive power of those allies, those resistance movements will be crushed. It'll all be, considered terrorism, Hamas, October 7th, right? History, they will ensure that history shows that Israel was defending itself the whole time from a existential threat against its existence. And, it's not even close to true. Not even close to true. The annihilation rhetoric is essential, but it is the biggest lie that if Israel were to be, make friends with its neighboring Arab countries, that it's basically what they argue is that these countries are buying their time. If we have peace with them, it's only a matter of time before they get the strength. And then they're going to invade us again, right? So that's what I believe. So what I do when I cover Gaza is just show evidence to back up that hypothesis that this project is almost complete. The erasure of Palestine is almost complete. The West Bank, they're seriously talking about just annexing the West Bank altogether. I reported on that a couple weeks ago. That was in the headlines just a couple weeks ago. Probably didn't see it on Morning Joe. but they're talking about the complete annexing all of the West Bank. And like I said, the idea is, of course, you just right from under the Palestinians, you're no longer in Palestine, you're now in Israel. Welcome to the Israeli country. You're now a citizen of Israel, but a second-class citizen. And we're going to force you out of your home because that's a nice spot and we want a settler to live there. And we're going to move you to a ghetto where we concentrate all the Palestinians, in one area. But of course, we allow you to come on in and be our maids and work in our health industry, right, to take care of old people. And, we'll totally exploit your labor. That's okay. But yeah, that's what's happening. So anyway, this is all evidence to back up that hypothesis. So, latest massacre. The reason why these massacres from Israel's perspective need to keep happening is that you're trying to make the situation untenable. You're trying to make it uninhabitable. You don't want people to be there. You want people to leave, right? So you blow up the hospitals, you blow up the schools, you bulldoze the graves, you destroy all the residential buildings, you make it more and more and more untenable to live there, and then you create this danger, this constant, ever-present, I could die at any second, at any moment, a drone could be looking at me, I could be sniped, I could be sleeping in a building and that building could collapse around me, or the bomb could literally explode my head as it's going through the building to the bottom in the basement, right? You create this fear, and right now the goal in the Gaza Strip is to push as many people as possible into the south, where I think they're going to create the Palestinian ghetto. I think that's where they're going to create that ghetto, right on that Egyptian border, right there. And they're going to take, and just, the north is going to be bulldozed, completely razed, and rebuilt for Israeli settlers. Israel destroyed North Gaza hospital's water tanks with remote-controlled robots. So, like I said, this is, the whole threat that this is Hamas. They use these hospitals, and these are bases of Hamas resistance, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's been a lie pretty much almost from the very start. There is some truth to Hamas forcing their way into these places and forcing them to hold on to certain things, and Hamas will be happy to use a hospital as cover to fire a sniper rifle or fire a missile. All that is very true, but the idea that hospitals are some kind of military base, right, is totally ridiculous. And here's another example, like I said, of the strategy, which is you make this place uninhabitable, right? Hospitals that don't work, you don't have a house, you don't have a roof over your head, there's no food, there's no water. So this is about making the hospital, because they don't want to blow it up, completely for some reason. They could totally get away with it, but they're still trying to play games. But this is about shutting that hospital down. And you, like I said, you do that so that it forces people away. So, this is a little ray of sunshine in a black, deep, black pit of despair. It's a little ray of sunshine here where, the recent rulings that Israel is committing a genocide, by the international courts, the highest courts of the land, the most legitimate courts that we have, this is it. Higher than it, this is it. It's supposed to be, at least. right? After World War II, that's what it was supposed to. That was the agreement. Of course, it only counted with Nazis and people that the U.S. disagrees with. But finally, the ICC ruling showing that it does have a little bit of effect here. Israeli soldiers denied access to Australia for war crimes. So,
Bing, bing, bong, bong.
whoops, wrong button. That's good though, right? So the questions that were asked, the questions of this, I wish I could have been in the room, right, with these interviews, right? Did you participate in genocide? Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I defended my country from Palestinian terrorists, from Hamas terrorists. So you went into Palestine with a gun and killed Palestinians? Well, technically, yeah. Technically, I was doing that to defend my country. Okay, so the ICC has ruled that action as a genocide. Do you agree that you participated in that genocide? Oh, I disagree with the entire premise. It's not a genocide. I'm defending my country. It's a defense of our country. The highest court in the world has ruled your defense of country is actually an intentional genocide. You are intentionally erasing Palestine off the face of the earth. No, we're not. No, we're not. I wish I could have been in that room, man. So did you participate in genocide? Australia stonewalls Israeli siblings' visa application over IDF service. Good stuff. Good stuff. They also blocked Candace Owens from entering. Man, get your ass over to Australia. Ironically, a very, very corrupt and oftentimes very conservative country, Australia, but hey, look at that. They respect human rights. Wow. You got to give them credit there. Yeah, I deny her entry too. She's, Candace Owens is kind of a weird person now. You should check her out, female eunuchs. She's like, she's decided to talk common sense, to actually make sense. She like flipped it. She's flipped a switch. Oh, I'm no longer crazy. There's a switch on my back. Crazy, normal. Yeah, flipped it to normal. Totally normal now. I have totally normal opinions that are just basically it's common sense. So like we've seen Candace. I've shown several videos of Candace Owens in the last couple months, and it's like, oh yeah, that's a pretty normal take. Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's right. Okay. So it's really kind of crazy. Oh wait. No, I'm sorry. I'm not Candace Owens. No, Candace. Sorry. No. No, hold on. Not Candace Owens. I must be. This is my racism showing, right? This is it, right? I mix up Clyburn with a different guy. No, I wasn't talking about Candace Owens, who is a total freak and has gone off the deep end. I was thinking of Omarosa, who has decided to flip her switch from crazy to normal and talks complete, a lot of the time is just totally normal now. I'm telling you, it's really weird. Because, yeah, the same reality star person who used to work for Trump. But no, Candace Owens, I don't know, mentally ill, self-hating, propagandist. Yeah, no, take that all back. Channel 4, I believe. Yeah, Channel 4 here challenging Israel's, a representative from Israel about their attacks in Syria. So wild. Yeah, I mean, what do you got to do to get canned from the Daily Wire? I mean, honestly, you got to be bonkers. You got to be actually legitimately mentally ill. Yeah. No, I think it was the Daily Wire. Yeah. Oh man, the sun is going down right now. And it is just absolutely beautiful out my window. I can't help it. I keep looking outside. It's like the perfect shade. Maybe I'm just high, but it's like the perfect shade as the sun goes down. I'm just going to take a quick... Oh, you can't even see it in the picture. You know, it's beauty that only the human eye can capture. It's beautiful. Anyway, what isn't beautiful, an Israeli propagandist here justifying a genocide and, of course, a land grab in Syria, full-blown land grab. We all know what's going on here. The real question is, do they feel comfortable enough to secure the territory and take it? I think the plan is you hold it while you erase Palestine. You just hold the Golan Heights, and then once you've taken care of Palestine, then you make a final decision about, okay, do we actually take this or not? Because you do need the stability of this new government will calculate into your ability to hold that territory in the Golan Heights, right? So it's a strategic decision here. But anyway, here's a propagandist making, pretty half-assed excuses for what is obvious, obviously a land grab from Israel, without a doubt. Buffer zone, yeah, okay. Buffer my zone, you fucking hack.
Why are you attacking the Syrian Navy, for example? There's no question of naval warships being in the hands of ISIS. That is precisely the kind of attack that the UN means when it says you are destabilizing this very fragile situation.
Again, in London, you have the luxury to wait and see what happens. We simply don't have that luxury here in Israel.
Look, here's the thing. Arabs are scary and they're terrorists and they scream Allah Akbar, and all of them hate Israel to their core. They're literally, they day one when they're born, it's the first thing that pops into their head is their extreme hatred. It's genetic. They're basically animals, okay? Satire. Right? So that's the mentality, is that, well, we can't let animals just coalesce around our borders. We need to preemptively take a certain chunk of land here so that we can prepare for what is very likely going to be an onslaught of Allah Akbar screaming crazy people who want to destroy Israel and everything we stand for. And that extreme xenophobia has to be treated as normal if you want to have a job in mainstream media. That extreme racism has to be the norm for you. You just have to accept that. You could not accept that from anybody else, right? Especially if it was against Jewish people, right? Or Zionists. And there is a difference, right? It would be incredibly bigoted to be like, well, I don't want to live next to a Zionist. He might try to steal my garage, or it would be utterly ridiculous to have that mentality, right? Oh, well, I don't want to live in the vicinity of these people there because they're guaranteed to start with their antics, right? It would just be horrifically bigoted, and you would be rightfully judged, hopefully, and ostracized and turned into a pariah, right? But there's something, there's a term for it, the Palestinian exception. And that assumption is that, oh, well, I mean, really, it's the Arab exception, really, in this case. But there's the exception that, oh, well, I mean, people that are Muslim and people that are Arab, or people that are born in these Arab countries, they of course they hate Israel and they want to destroy us, and and it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way, though, because the more aggressive Israel is towards the Middle East, the more they steal and kill, the more likely everyone around them is going to hate them. Right? So it kind of becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, of course everyone's going to hate you and want your destruction. Look at how you're acting. Look at how you're acting.
These are jihadists. Okay, so Israel instructed...
No, but why are you attacking the Navy?
World War III?
There are no jihadists taking over the Navy.
So I'm not sure what you mean. If there is a jihadist regime taking control in Syria, or if Iran...
So you do mean to attack the new government here? So all you're saying about how exciting it is, you mean the government here, HTS. That's what you're trying to attack.
We're protecting ourselves against jihadis. The new government doesn't need chemical weapons. It doesn't need fighter jets right now. It needs to rebuild a life for the future of its own citizens. We want that to be a peaceful future on our northern border. We simply don't have the luxury. After the October the 7th massacres, these are jihadis which praised those massacres.
Look, for those who are unaware, being attacked actually doesn't give you the justification to do literally whatever the hell you want to do internationally, geopolitically. It's crazy. Crazy, I know. But yeah, if you experience a terrorist attack, you're actually not justified totally in completely obliterating your neighbor, or you're actually not allowed. Doesn't give you a free pass. Oh, you had a terrorist attack? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, here, go ahead. Take my country. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's all yours.
Because they want to emulate.
Yeah, exactly. Simply Steve.
Some of them do. So, you in London can wait and see what happens. We here in Israel don't have that luxury. We will defend ourselves. We're taking these pieces off the chest.
Yeah, good thing.
I mean, I'm actually speaking to you from Damascus rather than London, but of course a lot of people here will also say, well, who are you to talk about weapons of mass destruction or fearsome weapons, given the kinds of weapons you've been using on Palestinians in Gaza?
So we're talking about 2,000-pound bunker busters, the kind of bombs that you would use on military installations, deep underground military installations, We're talking about those kind of bombs used, on an apartment filled with people. And let me tell you something. When that motherfucker goes screaming through that building, when you see that building explode, every human being in every one of those floors experiences it's like a pressure differential thing or something. Basically, their fucking heads explode. Babies, women, thermobaric class weapons, the kind of weapons that suck the oxygen out of the area, suffocating you right there on the spot, sucking the air out of your lungs. On babies sleeping in their cribs.
We've been engaged in a war against Hamas, not against Gazans. We've tried our hardest to get Gazans out of harm's way. We're close.
Oh, yeah. Go here, go there, go here, go there. And then we're going to bomb your refugee camp anyway. It's intentional.
To finishing off Hamas. That's one of the reasons why Iran has been exposed. They are weakened, which is why the rebel groups have managed to take control in Syria. We hope this is a new beginning for Syria. We're desperate for good relations with our neighbors. But if that does not come to pass, then we must.
They're so desperate for good relations with their neighbors, they're bombing them, which is something good neighbors are wont to do. I constantly bomb my neighbors. Just fucking light up a Molotov cocktail 3 o'clock in the morning. Fucking throw it through their window. Howdy, neighbor. Just wanted to start a dialogue about negotiations, about us getting along.
Have ourselves protected. We cannot have jihadists on our border which seek to replay again the October 7th massacre. It won't happen again.
I mean, bombing your neighbors is not the best way to find good relations with them, is it?
So, Krishnan, you're a little bit obsessed with Israel, if I may say so.
That is hilarious. So there we go. Pushed into a corner, right? After he crafted 2 lies, 2 excuses. Basically, Krishna asked the same question 3 times, which is, isn't attacking your neighbors, right? Doesn't that just create more, strife than it does peace? So this is the third time he has to answer this question. He doesn't have another excuse. He doesn't have another answer. So what's the next thing? Oh, you hate Israel. You're anti-Semitic.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
He's not going to say anti-Semitic because you only bust that out when you really need to. But that's where he's leading to. Oh, you have an agenda against Israel. You want to destroy Israel. You're part of the problem. You agree with Hamas. That's what that's about. You're kind of obsessed with Israel, bro. You got a kind of obsession with human rights, bro. What's your problem? You keep insisting that Palestinians are human beings. Like, what are you trying to say, bro?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Classic. And the reason why he's doing this, like I said, is that he's been pushed into a corner. All his two well-crafted excuses didn't fly. He pressed a third time, and so that's now we gotta pivot. Now we gotta move the direction of the argument. Oh, okay, you hate Israel. Oh, okay, that's what's going on. That's what's really going on here, right? Wink, wink.
Replay again the October 7th massacre. It won't happen again.
I mean, bombing your neighbors is not the best way to find good relations with them, is it?
So, Krishnan, you're a little bit obsessed with Israel, if I may say so. We've made very, very clear what our intentions are.
Well, you're the Israeli spokesman. That's why I'm asking you about Israel's policies.
And I'm giving you our policy. Our policy is, number one, we want peaceful relations. Number two, our neighbors don't need chemical weapons. They simply don't need them.
Right. That's why we attacked the Navy. Right, guys. Right. No, the what they're trying to do is destabilize, is to remove the amount of power. They do not want this government to be there. I guess what they want is chaos so that they could take more and then just take it, right? Like if everything's a total failure and it's like Afghanistan, and it's like, these extremists that take over and they're not allied with the West, they're not friends with the West, and nobody really likes them, then Israel can just kind of take what they want, right? No one's going to trip. Turkey could do the same, right? Why not? Just take what you want. Let the whole place go to hell. It sounds to me like letting the whole place go to hell benefits Israel more than HTS creating a stable government. Am I wrong about that? I don't know. My wife is calling me saying that the power is out. The power is not out. I'm good to go. All right, folks, we're done with Gaza. Oh, whew. Oh. God. My hand was in a weird position. Don't judge me. Okay. Wild shit happening over there in Georgia. So, it's interesting. Russia licking its wounds, its investment in Syria collapsing, falling apart right in front of its face. It's totally got egg on its face. Is having big wins in Georgia. And if you don't remember, Russia invaded Georgia, I believe, in 2008, and has occupied 20% or something of Georgian territory, and then they've held that territory, very similar to the Donbass in Ukraine. They've held that territory while doing everything in their power to subvert and infiltrate Georgian democracy and, of course, destroy it, right? And they've done that very successfully with this party called Dream, who is now in charge. And now this Dream Party has, so this is crazy. I've never heard of this before, but this president is like symbolic or something. He doesn't actually have power, I think. Not quite sure what's going on here. He apparently doesn't have a lot of power, but they are appointing him. He is a hardliner, right-winger, soccer celebrity. Football, right? So let's get an update about what the hell's happening over here in Georgia. What is inspiring? Timu Elon, kinda. Ponder Monkey, welcome. What is inspiring about what's happening in Georgia is the people in Georgia not putting up with this. Not putting up with this. There is a politician who was in charge, not recognizing the legitimacy of this government. She is basically leading, I think it's a woman, leading this resistance movement to this. Basically what's happening is that Russia might be technically winning, but they are not pulling the wool over anyone's eyes. Yeah, stop the steal. Totally. Yeah, welcome back. But unlike in some places, Moldova, I think, would be a good example. They're so far not as successful in terms of fooling the actual Georgian people. They fooled enough Georgian people to get the Dream Party in charge, right? With dirty tricks and lots of propaganda, et cetera, et cetera. So they fooled enough Georgian people, but there's a lot of Georgian people that are not putting up with this, and Russia isn't. I'm sure Russia wants to tell. The Dream Party is already using heavy-handed tactics against protesters. Arresting them and that kind of stuff. They can't go full-blown Russia though, right? They can't just drag people away with a piece of paper. Right, that doesn't say anything. Right, they can't just massacre people in the streets, and hopefully the Georgian people realize that, and they stay in the streets, and they make this whole setup untenable. Right, general strike as much as possible, shut everything down, lock it up, don't allow this government to govern, demand new elections, demand fair and transparent new elections. Do everything you can to protect your democracy against Russia's influence, because they all they want is your country. They just want to, they want to turn you into Belarus. It's just, it is the right thing to do, because the argument is that, you're just calling to be authoritarian. You're just saying, look, the people decided, look, democracy's working. They picked the Dream Party. No, dirty tricks. The Georgian people were caught off guard. There's a whole history here. There's a whole context here that can be easily ignored by bad actors. If the people want a referendum, if the people want to, try again, there should be a process for that. And look, and if there isn't a process, the people have a right to get in the street and demand a process, right? To say, look, I'm not gonna play nice. I'm not gonna work. I'm not gonna pay taxes. I'm not gonna work within your system because the system is not working for me. And yeah, no, that is, and it's obstinate, right? But that's how you protect democracy. This is how you protect the systems that are necessary to protect people's liberty, right? The founding fathers didn't follow the fucking rules. Am I wrong? That Constitution's written in blood.
From playing on football pitches to potentially becoming Georgia's next president. This is the surprising career trajectory of Mikhail Kavelashvili, the sole candidate for the largely ceremonial role.
I mean, what the fuck is this face? What the fuck is this face, dude? What the fuck is this face? Are you pouting?
The 53-year-old was nominated by the ruling Georgian Dream Party, which did away with direct presidential elections in 2017. An electoral college controlled by Georgian Dream is anticipated to elect him on Saturday, much to the delight of the party's founder.
Honesty, fairness, patriotism and loyalty to our principles. These are the qualities of Mikhail Kavelashvili. He represents the finest embodiment of the Georgian man.
That was a good one.
Kavalashvili launched his career as a professional footballer in
That
the
was a good one.
1980s, playing for teams in Georgia and Russia before joining Manchester City as a striker in the 1990s. After his sporting career, he became an MP for Georgian Dream in 2016. The far-right politician is known for his anti-Western stance, and his tirades against LGBTQ people have sparked concerns. In 2022, he founded a parliamentary faction named People's Power, an anti-Western group that was largely viewed as Georgian Dream's satellite.
Right. We've seen it all before. It's the same blueprint everywhere. Pretend populism, right? It's not real populism.
Our society has become divided. Radicalization and polarization are being fueled. Particularly as so-called friends who do not mean well contribute to exacerbating this process. Therefore, one of the main goals and missions will be to restore the presidency
Yeah, exactly,
to a constitutional framework.
His nomination has outraged many in the country, particularly those who have been demonstrating against Georgian Dream's decision to
Stay in the streets. Stay in the streets. If there isn't a process, you force a process. If you are defending democracy, if you are defending liberty, if you are defending your country from authoritarian elements, you are justified in what you are doing. You are moral. You are right. Even if the law says you're wrong. You understand? There are rules that are higher than laws. Human rights. There are things that supersede whatever law that's on the book. And your democracy is one of those. They will strip it from you and they'll put a law in the book that says you're not allowed to talk about it, you're not allowed to think about it.
delay EU accession talks. Georgia's current pro-Western president, meanwhile, has vowed not to step down when her term ends later in December, if Georgian Dream does not reorganise a rerun of October's parliamentary elections. She and MEPs have rejected the outcome of those elections, stating that they were neither free nor fair.
It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Dirty tricks. Ooh.
All right, happening now. We have exclusive.
Bashir al-Assad's fancy car garage. Let's see what he's got, yo. What's homie got? Ooh, Lambos? What is that? Or is that a Corvette? No, that's a Lamborghini, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Come on. We want to see the cars.
This is indicative.
Come on. Top Gear this shit. What's it? Oh, yo. Homie got good taste. Oh, baby. Lenny, look at that fucking class. Cherry. White wall in that bitch. Oh, he's got the red and the black. Oh, what a baller. Oh. How much of Syrian's taxpayer money do you think that one was? Nice. Come on, don't do the whole thing in front of fucking what is it? What's that Stephen King book? Catherine? What's that amazing book about the car? Okay, come on. No, not Carrie. No, he wrote a story about a car. Christine. Yeah, Christine. There it is. Thank you. Yeah, Christine. Yeah. Fucking Christine. It's an amazing story about a car that's like possessed and it doesn't die. It can like fix itself, right? And whoever is, whoever it chooses as the owner, kind of turns into a dark version of themselves until they start to become self-destructive, and then they usually die in a horrific way, right? And then Christine finds another victim. It's a fucking cool story. It's so Stephen King. It's ridiculous, man. She doesn't show off any of the other cars. She walks by a Lambo, and then over to the classic cars. Okay. What a scumbag, Assad. What a scumbag. Okay, back to Georgia here. Georgia deadlocked after appointment of far-right president considered as illegitimate. So this is good news. And this is what we want to see from the neoliberals with Trump, and we're not going to, right? Total resistance. This is how they treated the Democrats. Obstinate to the core. Even if it's our own policies, even if it's our own ideas that they put forward, we don't want it. You get nothing from us. This is how you resist authoritarianism. Good stuff.
And our correspondent in Tbilisi now, Régis Janté. Régis, Georgia has a new president, but it has not gone down well with the opposition. What's happening next?
That's difficult to say because this movement, which lasts now since 2 weeks, but basically it's more than that because the country is permanently in crisis this year since 8 months, almost permanently, and these people refuse to recognize the result of the elections and the great electors that elected today the president. So for them, they are illegitimate. So the president is illegitimate. So we enter in a kind of uncertainty, constitutional uncertainty in the country. Part of the population refuse this government, refuse this parliament, refuse this president, and refuse the pro-Russian direction that is given to the country at the moment. In the meantime, they want to remain peaceful, and this is what they did since two weeks. The government used the force, and they feared that they would not be able, they would not dare to oppose the government because it could end very badly.
And just tell us very briefly about Mikhail.
It's a France 24 news station, so he might be a French reporter.
Kavelashvili. He may be familiar to some football fans outside of Georgia, but not many would actually know his political career.
No, he's a very weak politician. He's not known, and it is maybe one of the reasons why he was put there. The real ruler of the country is the oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili, who doesn't have any formal position in the government, and he's the one who used Kavelashvili and his little political movement to pronounce, to say the pro-Russian messages that the ruling party could not itself say because most of the population is pro-European.
Thank you very much, Régis Janté in Tbilisi.
Yeah, that was a little hard to keep up with him there. He's doing the best he can. All right, are we done? Yeah, okay. Moving over to Ukraine, folks. We're actually going to get a full stream in. I'm doing it. A Ukraine time. By the way, I'd like to point out, is there any other political news streamer that hits more news than I do, that talks about more subjects than I do? I don't fucking think so. It's News Underground. Yeah, I only stream once a week. But they're jam-packed. Jam-packed. Over here to Mod Check. There's no mods. It's a fucking joke. You are the man. No. No. But I am very grateful for everyone who's viewing. Thank you. Putin abruptly replaces top commander on critical Ukraine frontline. So, I just wanted to touch on this a little bit. Donald Trump is going to come to the rescue for Putin here, I believe. He's going to do what he can. But, Zelensky is playing this game right. He's really doing this the right way. And he might end up putting Trump in a position where it's like, well, this could actually benefit me more if I help Ukraine. And this is just another piece of evidence that Russia is on its last leg. Economy hurting. Supply lines hurting. They're pulling in soldiers from North Korea. He's trying to prevent having to do more recruitment of Russians, in the richer areas, the more affluent areas that would create more political strife for him. The only strategy he has on the battlefield is attrition warfare. And, Ukraine has shown the ability to push back against that. If Donald Trump were to pour some fuel on that fire, if Donald Trump were to say, go crazy, you have no limitations, give them everything that they want, right? I'll give you a chance, Zelensky. At first I didn't like you. Then you said my penis was big. So now I like you. So I think I'm going to give you a chance. I like you. You know what? You're hired. Okay, this is what we're going to do. 1 year, I'm going to let you go crazy. You go nuts.
The Chinese virus.
Release the
Chinese virus. I don't wear a toupee.
Go crazy. Okay? I don't wear a toupee. So there's this sliver of hope that if Zelensky plays his cards right and Russia is in dire straits, right, that Donald Trump might see that. That's not very likely. What's more likely is that Trump is going to see this as an opportunity to help his buddy Putin, who he'll be able to build his casinos in Moscow and all of his, get more breaks and loans and handouts from Russian oligarchs who he knows very well. He has a history before he was a politician. But here's another piece of evidence that the Russian effort to resist, to invade, the Russian effort to invade Ukraine, it's like it's on a silver platter. Biden didn't have the leadership. Biden didn't have the nutsack to let Ukraine off, to remove the restraints on Ukraine and allow them to fight this war properly. What really needs to happen is that there needs to be a coalition of Western armies, not NATO, but a separate, a voluntary coalition that goes into Ukraine and relieves Ukrainian soldiers along the north and eastern or western, along the north and western front lines, not to attack Russia, but just to hold the line, to hold the defense. Yeah, they might get shot at by Russia. That's a possibility, especially during the rotation. So there would very likely be deaths. But that's what needs to happen, is that we need to relieve Ukrainians along those defensive lines, send those Ukrainians to the front lines. And then, of course, Air Force going bananas. Yeah, that's what he always fucking says. Yeah, oh, wah, 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 wah,
Stop fucking crying, bitch! Wah, wah, wah. I don't want to fucking hear it.
I don't want to fucking hear it, okay? This guy's the king of escalation. He's brought in a whole other fucking country in the mix. He can't go a whole week without we might start nuclear Armageddon. Oh, but we're not going to mention what happens to us. Russia over here pretending like it would exist if it were to fire a fucking nuke. Even now, Biden, as weak as he is, if Russia were to fire off a nuke in any capacity, either in Ukraine or towards the United States, Biden would be able to just go crazy, and I think he would. But anyway, more evidence that this is ready to break, that Ukraine could do this if they weren't, if Joe Biden wasn't Joe Biden and if Donald Trump wasn't Donald Trump. Zelensky's the right man for the job. Okay, he's not perfect. There's lots of corruption issues that I'm still very mad at Zelensky for not completely nipping in the bud. Right? There's still Russian influence within Ukrainian government that baffles me. Right? So I'm not totally pleased with Zelensky, but all that aside, he is absolutely the right man to resist this Russian invasion. And he just needs to be unleashed. Songs would be inspired by nuclear warfare. There's so many classics. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. News. News. Yeah. News. Yeah. News. Stock footage. right, there you go. I probably should have read that, but I was too busy jamming. Yeah, Canal 13. It's interesting. Canal 13 is happy to repeat fake Russian narratives about the war in Ukraine, but they also will also report stuff like this. So I don't know. Ukraine released official casualty numbers last week, I think. Well, yeah, according to them, yeah, which is the first time I think they've done that. ATACMS Storm Shadow strikes drastically reduced Russian guided bomb attacks on Ukraine. So, to Kyle Kulinski and TYT, who say, we shouldn't be escalating. We shouldn't be, Joe Biden should stop. We shouldn't be escalating. I don't know, maybe you should pay attention to what's actually happening on the ground, because it makes perfect sense to give Ukraine as much as humanly possible, to push back as hard as possible right now before Donald Trump gets in, and Ukraine might be forced into, might be forced into some terrible negotiating position where they have to give away fucking Crimea or something, and they're going to need that Russian territory in the north. They're going to need that as a bargaining chip. Holy shit! My God, is this Kick? This is the third one on Kick. Leave me alone. You think I'm going to invest money? You think I'm going to invest money in spreading my channel on Kick? On Kick. I'd rather get kicked in the nuts than spend money botting my stream on Kick. Anyway, let's watch a little bit of this.
Russian attacks against Ukraine
You should be giving me money.
Have fallen over 50% since Western partners allowed Kyiv to target Russia with long-range missiles, the independent Russian outlet Agents Vo reported on December the 12th, citing reports from the General Staff. US President Joe Biden gave Ukraine the green light to attack Russian territory with ATACMS missiles in mid-November. Within days, Kyiv reportedly also launched British Storm Shadows into Russia for the first time. Russia carried out heavy guided bomb attacks against Ukraine from November the 1st to the 20th. Agents Vo reported, citing daily updates from the General Staff of Ukraine's armed forces. Russia dropped at least 100 guided aerial bombs per day during that period, with the exception of only one day. Those numbers fell significantly after November the 20th, according to General Staff reports. Russia dropped 138 guided bombs on November the 20th, marking the last time that Russian aerospace forces targeted Ukraine with over 100 bombs in a single day. Russian aircraft have launched fewer guided bombs on Ukraine in the first 12 days of December. The number of bombs topped 50 on only 5 days, according to the General Staff.
Okay. I can only take so much of robot voice. So kind of interesting there. The ATACMS, releasing some of these limitations on Ukraine has had a visible change on the battlefield, right? Oh, it doesn't matter, give up. You just got to give up. That's the best thing to do. Just give up. Always, by the way, always by people who are not giving up their country. Isn't that, it must be so fucking nice to have that opinion you should just give up parts of your country to another invading country, bro. If you care about human rights, it's what you should do. Right? Must be fucking nice to be able to say that when you're not having to deal with that shit. Meanwhile, Ukrainians are legitimately having to deal with the goddamn Russian government coming in and transforming their lives. 37. Oh my God! Please no. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not fucking happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening.
Quiet.
Okay.
Bitch. Thank you, darling.
Yeah, you're welcome. Ukraine is amazing, and the Ukrainian military is amazing. The soldiers, the tenacity, the flexibility, using old and new, sticking it out to the very bitter fucking end. There is not another military on earth that is as tough and badass as the Ukrainian military. Straight up. Straight up. Nobody does it like them. Huge explosions tear through Russian refinery after mass Ukrainian drone blitz. So they have not stopped innovating. The drones are more powerful. They're smarter. They can avoid detection better. They navigate better. Yeah, Kurds are fighting hard. Exactly. No, not to shit on any of the other freedom fighters out there, people that are actually fighting for democracy and liberty. Okay. But, I mean, look, if addicted to mosh, I don't know how much, geopolitics you watch, but usually in a situation like this, it's like Syria, right? The whole thing falls apart like a dry cracker. You know what I mean? Like a cookie that crumbles into dust right in your hands. You know what I mean? Like with the Afghanistan military, another great example. So, most of the time, it's just the whole thing falls apart immediately if it doesn't have the support and a larger military comes in. And, the Ukraine, after Crimea, Ukraine was assisted by the U.S. military to prepare for a potential invasion. So, all that, very much helped. But none of this would have been possible without the tenacity of the Ukrainian soldier, the individual, the military, the establishment, and Zelensky leading that as well. Him saying, I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. You're going to have to kill me. Really changed the whole dynamic of, of the situation. So just amazing stuff. Oh, can you believe Ukraine would do this? These Ukrainian Nazis would do this to us. Can you believe this? All we did was invade their country, and now this is how they treat us. Well, now we're going to have to invade them even harder. I mean, Bong and stuff. I have heard about it. Can you give me one good video? I hate to ask, but can you give me one good video? Because honestly, it's just like, I don't know. It still seems like bullshit, man. I don't know. But can you give me a good video that covers it? I love how they sound like lawnmowers. Ooh, and you're living right. Those people were living right next to the refinery too. That would suck to live right next to an oil refinery and then the thing's on fire. Oh. Oop, there's one getting shot down. Nobody knows shit. Not really. Right, so Kursk is that Russian northern region I was talking about. This is the area that they've occupied in Russia. And of course, the idea is not to occupy it, pretend it's an independent region, and then slowly but surely make it your own. The idea is to take some Russian territory as a bargaining chip. And it was actually a brilliant military move. The question is, can they hold it? Right, so this is where all the Putin is dumping everything into Kursk. They've held off movements along Pokrovsk, movements further down into Ukraine. They've held off on those operations, putting all their efforts into Kursk, almost all their efforts into Kursk, to try and push Ukraine out of Russia before Trump takes office. So the Ukrainian soldiers that are in here. Maximum pressure. I'm talking, you know, as hot as a fucking war gets is the Kursk front line right now. Hot as shit.
Сдавайся, жить будешь! Плюс, Джокер 300, сейчас помогу.
Yeah, no. Addicted, yeah, completely, yeah. It must be totally trippy for Ukrainians, you know, seeing their house. He's alive, but he's getting his wound bandaged. I can't show you this part. He's getting a tourniquet applied. It looks like he was shot in the leg. Yeah, so they're just applying a tourniquet right now. Right. And now, okay, now they're cutting open. Yeah, he's pretty fucked up. But yeah, now they're cutting it open there to get to the wound. I love, dude. The Toyota, the modified Toyotas it's like the AK. It's like the vehicle. It's like the vehicle of the resistance.
Yeah,
I think they shot something down. Yeah, right. Don't play fair. There's no video game that simulates what a real gunfight is like, because it would actually be kind of shitty. You don't know what you're shooting at. You can't really see your enemy really that well. You kind of have a vague idea of where they're at. Is the Hilux, if ever need the model? Okay, thank you. Hilux. Oh, the Hilux. Yeah, I hear good things about the Toyota Hilux. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Dude, you could see it. It's getting hit by the bullets. It's getting hit by the bullets, and it's like woo, woo, woo. Oh, that is crazy. Look at this. Oh, yep. So it sparked. Whoa, whoa. Yep, it's going down. Oh, dude, Bo, bitch. Take that, Ivan. Hell yeah. Oh, okay. So it wasn't the machine gun. it was the guy with the actual heat-seeking rocket. Okay. Maybe it's not even heat-seeking. I don't know. Oof. Boom. Yeah, they couldn't even tell. Oh, fascinating stuff. All right, moving on to the next clip here. What we know about Russia's attack on Ukraine's power grid. So, of course, Russia has been retaliating, and unlike normal, where they decide, playgrounds and maternity wards and hospitals and other civilian areas, marketplaces. Instead of targeting those really critical military locations, they've actually decided to do something crazy and actually attack a legitimate military target, Ukrainians' power infrastructure. And, I don't agree with the invasion, of course, but, if I had to choose, if I, put a gun to my head, Russia's going to pick a target. Which target should they strike? The high school or the energy plant? Okay, well, I'm going to pick the energy plant, right? So obviously I want Russia to get out of Ukraine, but hey, wow, for a change of pace, they decided to actually attack a military target. Wow. A medium-sized history YouTuber has a short on the Helix, and he calls it the Thing. The AK of cars. Really? I didn't see that. I wasn't stealing it. Honestly, I wasn't. That's interesting that person said that. That's interesting. They let info on a bunch of large drones where they're coming. You find vids the same day. It's amazing. So much fun to watch. Yeah. No, how stoked they are when they shoot one down. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, drones all the goddamn time. I mean, this is it. This is the future of modern warfare, folks. And until jamming becomes, foolproof and ubiquitous. I mean, even then, even though jamming is very much a thing, they now, they've immediately adapted. They have AI targeting, right? So they give it information on the target, they put it in there beforehand, and then they fly it and they say good luck, cross your fingers, good luck. And then, the AI is good enough to, a lot of the time hit their target, doesn't require any kind of human intervention whatsoever.
Ukraine today, President Volodymyr Zelensky described it as one of the heaviest bombardments of the country's energy sector since the invasion began. The Kremlin says this is retaliation for Ukrainian strike on an airbase using American-supplied long-range missiles. CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson joins us now. Eleanor, good to see you. What do we know about this attack?
Russia launched 93 missiles and nearly 200 drones on Ukraine's power grid, according to President Zelensky, who called this one of the largest aerial attacks on the power grid since the war began. He said that Ukrainian forces were able to intercept about 80 of the missiles, but he again called on the West to offer more support, saying, quote, "Chatter will not stop Putin. We need force that will lead to peace." Now, the U.S. and other allies have provided billions of dollars worth of equipment, including air defense systems meant to intercept some of these missiles to Ukraine. But Russia's apparent goal with these attacks is to overwhelm those systems and to break the will of the Ukrainian people, leaving them with no lights, no heat, no water, just as the country is entering the coldest days of the season. Now, this is a tactic Russia has used every winter since the war began, but this particular strike comes as many are expecting the incoming Trump administration to force an end to the war. And so both Ukraine and Russia are pushing for the best positions on the battlefield ahead of those potential negotiations.
And President-elect Trump said in an interview with Time magazine that he's against Ukraine using these long-range missiles. The Kremlin said it agrees with him for obvious reasons. But any reaction yet from Ukrainian President Zelensky on that? And what should we expect from Trump on Ukraine when he takes office?
I haven't seen Zelensky respond specifically to those comments, but it's worth noting that for months, Zelensky and Ukrainian officials campaigned for the Biden administration to change the policy and allow Ukraine to use those weapons to strike into Russia. And as soon as the Biden administration changed its policy, Ukraine was pretty quick in using those weapons to strike into Russia. On what to expect from Trump, since the campaign trail, Trump has promised, without offering any real detailed plan, that he would end the war in Ukraine, and many expect that whatever deal he pushes forward would require Ukraine to give up some of its territory. Countries around the world are awaiting to hear details, including Russia, on what Trump may have in store. Now, U.S. officials earlier this week warned that Russia may again launch that Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missile into Ukraine. The first and only time Russia used that missile against Ukraine was in retaliation for the first time Ukraine used those longer-range weapons called ATACMS to strike into Russia. Since then, President-elect Trump has made clear that he opposes the use of ATACMS in Russia and has suggested that he would change the policy. It remains to be seen whether Russia takes the hint by not using its own long-range missiles to strike into Ukraine.
So here's the thing, that once again, a little silver lining, because the likelihood is that Trump is just going to, like I said, take Putin's side, and it's just going to be a nightmare for Zelensky. And who cares about logic? Who cares about whatever? I'm just protecting my friend kind of situation. But there's a ray of hope where, Donald Trump wants Zelensky to capitulate, but he also wants Putin to capitulate. And he thinks, because he's so fucking smart, right? He thinks he's just going to be able, how come no one thought about this? You just give up a little bit, and Zelensky gives up a little bit, and then we're all friends, and then we can all get along. How come no one's thought of this? I'm so smart. So that's what, that's in his little pea brain head. That's what he thinks is going to happen. But what's really going to happen is that Putin is going to say, I want everything. In fact, I want area that I haven't even successfully taken, but I want, here's the map. I'm going to draw a line on it. This is all that I want. The Donbas, I want Kherson, I want Crimea, and of course, I want Ukraine to remove NATO from their, trying to join NATO from their constitution, and I want them to sign a document that promises that they'll never join NATO. I want everything. I want everything, and with a cherry on top. That's what he's going to give to Trump. And Trump's going to be like, "Come on, you got to bend a little bit. You got to give me something. You got to give me something." Putin is not going to give him anything. He is going to want everything. So there's this sliver of hope, like I said, that Trump is like, I can't work with this guy. He doesn't want to make a deal. Right? Sliver of hope. Whisper of a dream. The GOP loves Putin so much, I have my doubts that America will keep helping Ukraine. Yeah, shocking. Yeah. But I'm just trying to give you a little bit of hope because, you know, the likelihood, like I said, is corruption, you know, just cronyism, right? Because Trump has a relationship with Putin, and he's also talked a lot of shit about Zelensky, and he can't, you know, he's going to find it hard. But honestly, what Trump doesn't, you know, and once again, silver lining, Trump doesn't need to listen to anybody, including his own constituents. Right? So when he gets in there, day one, I'm going to do this. Day one, I'm going to do that. Day one. He's not doing half of that shit day one. He's lying to these people. He is lying to his constituents. And he knows it, and he doesn't care because there's no ramifications. He's not running for election. He's either going to be dictator and there's going to be no more elections, or he's going to, you know, Donald Trump Jr. to replace him. Install him somehow. Russia batters Ukraine's energy grid, gains new ground in Donetsk. So it's Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden, right? His lack of leadership. He's still holding Ukraine back, giving them just enough to put up a fight, but not enough to push Russia back. And here's Russia bringing in North Korean troops. And yeah, Ukraine is getting pushed back in Donetsk, in Kursk. And yeah, I blame Joe Biden.
Nearly 300 Russian drones and missiles sent some in Kyiv into a metro station to seek shelter. Every night, there's an air alarm. My child is always scared, said this mother, who previously fled fighting in the south and is now living in Kyiv. This was the 12th attack this year on Ukraine's battered energy system, but caught up in it too, this home in western Ukraine damaged by an explosion.
Right. See, they always find a little time and resource to attack a civilian or, you know, attack a civilian target. It wouldn't be Russia if you're just you know, going after military targets. Come on, you gotta, the terror must continue. Dude, that train rules. Look at this. You're probably not even trying to be folksy like San Francisco. This is probably just the last time you guys upgraded your train system over here, right?
City's life carried on with the hum of generators.
Wow.
But in Pokrovsk in the southeast, there's no power, gas, or water, and the Russian military is now just a few kilometers away.
Right. So the operation in Kursk, you know, it delayed this invasion into Pokrovsk, and Pokrovsk is an important place to take because it's you take Pokrovsk and then you get there's a major city that's closer to Kyiv that's like a major railway hub. It's a logistical area that's beneficial for military purposes. So that's the whole point. That's why they're going after this target.
The Russians have already positioned themselves behind our house in the forest, said this city worker who's planning to leave.
Jesus Christ. He's looking out. He's in his house. He's looking out his window, and he sees the foreign army that is invading his country. Right? He sees them. Tell me this shit isn't real for Ukrainians. Right? To all those, you know, armchair generals, oh, you give up part of your country, give up part of your country. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Have they ever experienced seeing a foreign fucking army out their window looking at, oh, yeah, there's the army that's invading my country. Just a few feet away from my home.
In the forest, said this city worker.
Boy, I hope they don't feel like doing a bucha.
Pokrovsk, a logistical hub, has long been a target of Russia. Those residents still here either can't or won't leave. They only make the day.
They often can't, and one of the main reasons is that, well, if I leave, I won't have anything to come back to, and I might be able to keep it if I can protect it, and then on top of that, I don't have the resources to leave. Who am I going to stay with? I don't have the money. It's it's tough.
Dangerous journey into the deserted streets to pick up supplies. Russian troops are advancing in the southeast and putting pressure on Ukraine in the north, in the Kursk region, where Kyiv still controls several hundred kilometers of Russian territory.
That has shrunk.
We'll be here until the end.
CBC News spoke to soldiers stationed in Kursk who asked only to be identified by their military call signs. It seems that the Russians are trying to quickly retake the Kursk region before Trump's inauguration, said this soldier, adding that Moscow thinks it will create an advantage when it comes to negotiations. But what kind of negotiations can there be, he said. Even if there was some kind of deal, he believes it would only be temporary.
It would.
And that the war, which has been grinding on for nearly 3 years, would quickly flare up again.
Yeah, there would be 5-year pause, 10-year pause, something like that, and then another push into Kyiv.
Briar Stewart, CBC News, London.
Putin's not, this is too much of a boondoggle. He's not going to let Zelensky sit in that seat. So here's what the orange piece of shit had to say specifically out of his own goddamn decrepit mouth. That's 2 different colors, by the way. You ever notice that? His real skin color shows through. Like some poorly applied clown makeup. But here's what he actually had to say about what his plan is. Just give up, just give up, just give up. Also, her microphone is pink. That matches her pink blazer. All right. You win this one, MSNBC. I'll get you next time. She's kind of knocking it out of the park with the outfit, is what I'm saying. All right, here we go. 3 minutes. I'm sorry, it's 3 minutes.
Bitch.
We'll get.
Bitch.
We'll get.
Bitch.
We'll get through this as quickly as possible.
I'm Donald Trump reminding you to fuck yourself. You got it?
All right.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Donald Trump on MSNBC. Grab your barf bags. Here we go.
The Syrian government fell overnight, a stunning end to the more than 50-year rule of the Assad family as rebels claimed Damascus. I pressed the president-elect on a range of foreign policy issues, including U.S. support for Ukraine and NATO in his second administration.
Should Ukraine prepare for less aid from the United States after you're sworn into office?
Yeah, probably. Sure.
You said you can end the war in 24 hours. You've even said you want to try to end it before you're sworn into office. You're actively trying to?
I am.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin since you've been elected?
No. Well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've been elected?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say anything about that because I don't want to do anything that could impede the negotiation.
But you
I want to stop
talked
it.
about
Let me
the
tell you
other
what I
world
have talked
leaders.
about. Let me tell you. There are people being killed in that war at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
It's lies. He only can speak in hyperbolic ways. World War I, there was like, unbelievable amounts of death in one day. In one day. This guy.
You have to go back to the Second World War, and even that, if you take a look at, and you know what it is? It's the soldiers largely. The cities have been emptied out and demolished. The country has been demolished. If I won that election, which you know how I feel about it, I won't get into it because we don't need to start that argument.
We're still we're still stopping the steal. Really? We're still stopping the steal. can you just give us a fucking break, man? On anything? I mean, no wonder this guy's been divorced so many. I mean, you know, it must be just completely excruciating to be around this guy. We're still stopping the steal, guys. He fucking won.
I think it's an easy argument. It was really proven even more conclusively by the win that I had on this one. But you did get a point, sir. Well, that's your opinion, but I disagree with it. Had I...
That's great. That's great. Hey, well, when you get to craft reality, when you get to make reality, you can just say shit like that. Ah, well, that's your opinion.
I assumed, kept control. Number one, Israel wouldn't have happened. Number two, Ukraine would have never happened. It would have
Israel wouldn't have happened. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Like this guy was in fucking control of the world, like, you know, Captain Ahab over here during his first term. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's all bluster, all lies.
Never happened, Ukraine, Russia. But the number of people that are being killed, soldiers, young, beautiful soldiers, hundreds of thousands.
The guy who called World War II veterans suckers for dying. Beautiful soldiers. They're so beautiful. Oh, the lives are so beautiful. Look how easily he lies. Look how easily he says that. This motherfucker does not care about human life. He said he uses Palestinian as a derogatory term. Oh, what are you, a Palestinian? You dirty Palestinian, you terrorist? And he said Israel should finish the job, implying that just kill them all. Oh, no, I didn't. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I just said finish them all, which is an ambiguous thing. We know what you meant, Donald. The beautiful soldiers. Oh, they're so beautiful. They're so beautiful. I mean, you know, you have the right to hate people who support this man. Okay? You have the moral obligation to call out their nonsense, but you also have my permission to hate them.
Of people are being killed. And, you know, it's very interesting. It's level. Totally level, the battlefields, totally level. You know what's happening? The only thing that stops a bullet, you know what it is a body, a human body. And the people that are being killed, hundreds of thousands on both sides. Russia's lost probably 500,000. Ukraine's lost higher than they say, probably 400,000. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of bodies laying all over fields. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen, and it should have never been allowed to happen. Biden should have been able to stop it.
Allowed to happen. Biden shouldn't have been able. Biden, you know, he half-assed his way. He said he wanted to stop it. You know, but he's just the tipping this fucking thing. Should be going all in to stop it. Here's the thing. He doesn't believe any of this. He doesn't believe any of this shit.
Sir, will the United States stay in NATO while you're in office?
In where?
NATO. Do you commit that the United States will remain a member of NATO while you're in office?
Again, they have to pay their bills. If they pay their bills, absolutely.
But not if they don't pay their bills.
But NATO's taking advantage of us because we were look, two things. Number one, they take advantage of us on trade, meaning the Europe.
We are NATO. We are NATO. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. He literally doesn't understand history. He doesn't understand what the fuck is going on, man. I think he thinks NATO is like the EU. We are NATO. The United States is NATO. Okay, yes, yes. North America is it's a whole treaty. Lots of different countries are involved. Yes, of course. We pay it's us though. We pay the most. It's about, you know, it. Oh my God.
European nations, okay, like terrible. They don't take our cars. They don't take our food product. They don't take anything. They think it's a disgrace. And on top of that, we defend them. So it's a double whammy. So let me just tell you, I was able.
We defend them. They directly contribute to United States global hegemony across the globe. Hegemony. They contribute massively to the United States hegemonic control across the world. I mean,
to get hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO just by a tough attitude. I said to the countries, I'm not going to protect you unless you pay. And they started paying. And that amounted to more than $600 billion. That's a big thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be fighting. They wouldn't.
You know, ironically, his bluster about this has gotten some of these countries, some of these NATO countries, to reconsider their compensation towards NATO because they haven't been paying what they owe. And now Canada is like, okay, yeah, no, we're going to make that a priority to make sure that we're paying our full amount to NATO, right? So, you know, broken clock a little bit on this. Like you don't need to use this, you know, we're going to leave the alliance if you don't pay. You don't need to use that kind of language to strong arm these countries to do what they want, but it does show that, you know, maybe Joe Biden should show some nutsack more often.
Have any money to fight. If they're paying their bills, and if I think they're doing if they're treating us fairly, the answer is absolutely. I'd stay with NATO.
But if not, you would consider the possibility of
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, my God, the NATO protects the dollar. You know, NATO protects U.S. interests all over the world. It is one of the number one factors holding back Russia and China from land grabbing. I mean, it is shocking. It's absolutely shocking to speak so. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Like you're talking about leaving a business deal. We're talking about a global military alliance made up of like what? A dozen? How many countries make up NATO? 32. Global military alliance made up of 32 separate countries who are motherfucking contract bound to contribute militarily if any of these members are attacked. It is one of the linchpins holding back Russia and China from dominating this world. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I'd get out of it. They weren't nice to me. They weren't fair to me. I got out of the alliance. I don't know why the dollar is bad. I don't know why that happened. Holy shit, man. All right, we haven't done this in a while. Second to last video, I thought, okay, we can end the stream with some UFO stuff. We can take a look at some of these drone videos. But real quick, let's get a quick 5-minute update from reporting from Ukraine about the situation on the front line. Welcome back, Star Troopian.
Today there are a lot of important updates from the Toretsk direction. Here, the battle for Toretsk.
You weren't nice to me. Oh, I'm going to take my missiles out of Poland. You weren't nice to me.
Has taken a new turn as Russian forces attempted to encircle the town by penetrating the northern flank, believing they had found a weak spot. Instead, they were met with devastating sniper fire from concealed Ukrainian positions, turning their advance into a lethal venture.
Fine, I'll look it up on
YouTube.
After
enduring months of costly and largely unsuccessful assaults in Toretsk's urban center, Russian generals shifted their focus to the town's flanks. The brutal urban battles had yielded minimal territorial gains at the cost of over 100 soldiers daily, losses that could no longer be justified. By concentrating on flanking maneuvers...
About Iranian motherships! Allah Akbar! Shoot this dirty white American with a laser. Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Beep, meow, 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 meow. Do they have a laser that turns people into Qurans?
Russian commanders sought to reduce casualties and achieve control over
Praise the
Turets with
Ayatollah.
less
Praise the
intense
Ayatollah.
combat. The primary axis of this flanking operation targeted the northern outskirts of the town. The Russian objective on Turetsk's northern flank is to seize the village of Dielivka by advancing along the railway embankment, while simultaneously leveraging the tree lines east of the railways to support their assault. Capturing and consolidating control over Dielivka would enable Russian forces to bypass Turetsk's main defenses and attack the town from the north. Such a maneuver would allow the Russians to push across open fields toward Turetsk's primary supply road, jeopardizing Ukrainian logistics and potentially forcing a withdrawal from the town. However, despite repeated assaults, Russian forces have thus far failed to breach the Ukrainian defenses or achieve any progress along the railway.
I'm perfectly fine with old people getting firearms. They should probably stick to pistols. 9mm, a nice 9mm Glock, nice handsome magazine. You can an old person, because an old person deserves the right to defend themselves in their own home. Just because they're old doesn't mean that they have to be, just waiting victims, waiting to be plucked. I'm okay with old people owning guns, but yeah, shotguns, probably not. Get yourself a 9mm, Grandma.
Embankment. This is because the Russian advance along the railway embankment from their staging ground in Druzhba has become highly predictable. Ukrainian commanders anticipated that Russian forces would rely on the tree lines and grooves near the railway embankment as their primary avenues of attack. These paths were the most logical choices for the Russians, as attempting to traverse the open fields would leave their assault units dangerously exposed to concentrated Ukrainian fire, rendering such an approach unviable for sustained offensive operations. Ukrainian control over Dielivka and Dakhne has been pivotal in countering Russian advances along the railway embankment. These villages have been fortified into robust defensive strongholds, facilitating seamless troop rotations, the stockpiling of ammunition, and the establishment of strategic firing positions. With Ukrainian drone surveillance providing real-time intelligence, Russian assault forces are consistently detected and neutralized well before they can approach Ukrainian defensive lines, ensuring the continued resilience of these key positions. Russian assaults typically begin with sabotage and reconnaissance groups probing Ukrainian defenses to gather critical intelligence for the main attack force.
Yeah.
Without this
and just because you're piloting a drone doesn't necessarily mean you're safe either. We've definitely seen drone teams getting captured by Russian soldiers who, in these strike teams who catch them off guard, catch them while they're sleeping, catch them slipping. So it's absolutely a very dangerous situation. These guys are nasty.
Preliminary reconnaissance, the main Russian units would face significant risks of advancing blindly into fortified Ukrainian positions, resulting in devastating losses. The predictability of Russian scouting and assault routes.
Look at that fucking sniper rifle. Oh, that's a nasty piece of work right there.
Has allowed Ukrainian forces to strategically deploy snipers along the eastern flanks of Dielivka and Dakhne, effectively neutralizing these probing elements and disrupting subsequent attack plans.
I mean, look at the butt. Look at the butt there. Look at that. It's like a big shock absorber right there. Man, that thing's nasty.
The terrain in front of Dakhne is characterized by open fields spanning half a kilometer to a full kilometer, interspersed with narrow tree lines that Russian troops use for movement. These open expanses create ideal conditions for Ukrainian sniper teams, who excel against small infantry groups.
It's probably just an absolute slaughter.
Exposed areas.
God, it's like a turkey
the Ukrainian
shoot.
Snipers expertly concealed within a small forest.
Holy shit! Holy shit, dude! You're so fucked. You're so fucked. And they just send wave after wave after wave, right? It just, well, if you don't make it back, whatever, we'll just send another one. And there's always another one. God.
Near Dakhne, employ advanced camouflage techniques to blend seamlessly with the terrain, rendering them nearly invisible even at close range. These snipers maintain control over large swaths of the battlefield, their precision fire eliminating Russian reconnaissance units that lack the range or capability to retaliate.
And this isn't World War II. You know, these are thermal. You know, these are advanced. You know, they have all the tech. They can see you and hit you in seconds.
Effectively. Combat footage from the
this is what it looks like. This is, you know, through their scope, this is what it looks like at nighttime. You're glowing like a Christmas tree. Losing to a smaller country with skilled snipers. Well, they're not losing. They're not losing. Because you can beat this. You can beat this if you just have enough schmucks. It's the schmuck strategy. Send enough dumbasses and schmucks to get their nuts blown off, and eventually you'll just overwhelm your enemy.
Area showcases the little effectiveness of these snipers, who have systematically neutralized Russian scouts attempting to cross the fields and tree lines, thereby preventing any follow-up assaults.
And you're in a wide open field.
Overall, the Russian offensive north of Toretsk ultimately faltered due to the constrained attack routes, which severely limited maneuverability and allowed Ukrainian forces to swiftly detect and eliminate Russian scout units before the main assaults could gain traction. These failures repeatedly stalled Russian advances, demonstrating to their commanders that achieving meaningful progress in this sector was unattainable without diverting significant...
Well, to be perfectly accurate, Europe isn't just watching. In fact, Europe is, you know, in some cases, you know, picking up the slack that Joe Biden is leaving, showing more leadership in some cases. But we all know that if the United States pulls out, Europe is going to follow.
And manpower and equipment from the main offensive effort within Toretsk itself. Confronted with the impracticality of continued assaults on the northern flank, the Russian command abandoned these efforts, redirecting their focus to other areas,
so
trying to find opportunities for a breakthrough. Today, YouTube completely demonetized one of our channels again. I have started the appeal process, however it takes a lot of time to restore our revenue source. In the meantime, the work on new reports continues, and your support is now more important than ever. For this reason, we have recently launched our own website.
All right, folks, make sure you're liking and subscribing. Make sure you're checking it out. If you want, you know, if you're one of these military types and you want to dig into the battlefield analysis and you want to get into the nitty of the nitty gritty, this is your guy right here. Make sure you're clicking on this link right here, RFU Plus. Go ahead and subscribe. You get, you know, insights that, you know, no one else is going to get, up to the second updates, all that kind of stuff. If you're really into that kind of stuff, this is the place to go. So make sure you're doing that, folks. All right. So last thing, let's find a news video on these drones that are everywhere. UAP drones. Lots of reports happening across the globe right now. New Jersey Homeland Security shares new details. Mysterious drone lights. I mean, you know, I'm skeptical because it's like, I want the money shot. You know, I want to see one of these things 10 feet away from the camera, high-res camera. That's what I want to see before I make any major decisions here. And then we also have, you know, how easy is it now to get a drone that can move around really freaky, and, you know, it's you know, my bullshit meter is just going crazy.
Today, the mystery continues in New Jersey about dozens of drones hovering over homes and businesses, even military bases. It's been going on for almost a month now, and authorities still don't know who's responsible. NBC's Sam Brock shares how the confusion is leading to more demands for local, state, and federal lawmakers.
There's another one.
For almost a month, swarms of drones the size of small...
I mean, look at these. This is obviously man-made. These are obviously man-made drones. There's no doubt in my mind. Just 3 seconds looking at this footage. Obviously man-made drones.
Cars have been spotted over parts of New Jersey, alarming local residents.
I look to my left and I see 2 big drones. They were propeller-driven, going very slowly.
And unnerving lawmakers who say they popped up in at least 10 counties. The issue prompting a meeting Wednesday attended by roughly 100 mayors and state representatives.
I mean, Star Troopian, it's not that much money. You know, it's, you know, you could easily, if people can coordinate teams to make crop circles, they can definitely do shit like this.
Are you telling me that in America, somebody can start flying drones and we have no clue what's going on?
Garden State leaders say they're confounded by the federal government's response and that of their own governor, who's preaching calm.
The most important point to say is we don't see any concern for public safety.
According to New Jersey,
Charlie Kirk also said that they're man-made. He said it's Joe Biden pretending. You know, we don't need to go into what Charlie Kirk thinks or says. Dawn Fantasia is that's not okay. Aliens are actually real. I take that back. That's not a person. That's the kind of name that you come up with because you're an alien. You just landed on this planet. You need an alias. You're going through the all the human information. So you're picking words. Okay. They picked Dawn because it's Dawn at the time when the alien landed, and then Fantasia because he was going through Disney movies. The alien who is this is an alien. It's not a real person. Come on. Come on. Shut up. Anything else? I mean, fear grows, mysterious live drone sightings. Oh my God. Okay. And of course, here we go. We got to get Neil deGrasse Tyson over here. All right, 1 minute of Neil deGrasse.
Lawmakers got a private security briefing on this ongoing mystery of the unexplained drones that we have seen flying in the skies over New Jersey. U.S. intelligence and security officials are telling lawmakers that these flying objects that keep getting reported, like this one seen flying over a football field.
So I'm wondering, is it a prank? Is it a prank, or is there an actual purpose to it? I think it's a prank. You know, if you're coordinating this, I think it's a prank.
Oakland, New Jersey.
It's just a bunch of kids having
no
fun.
Suspected ties to foreign adversaries.
No.
Lawmakers.
It's probably a bunch of stupid teenagers or young 20-somethings doing something stupid. Now they're in way over their fucking head, right? They got CNN and Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it on mainstream news. They don't want to get arrested for, flying violations and stuff like that. They probably thought it was just going to be a stupid thing that they were going to do really quick, and then that was it. So that's my theory on what we're seeing here. It's some stupid prank, got out of hand, and now, shut up, dude. Don't say anything, bro. Shut up.
We're also told that many of the recently reported sightings are believed to have been civilian aircraft that were mistaken for drones. But New Jersey leaders and the political leaders there say that they're still not getting answers on where exactly these objects are coming from, or who is controlling them, or where they're going.
People got enough on their minds,
all
right?
Okay, shush. No. Okay. Oh, he's hawking a book. Okay, perfect. Let's get Neil deGrasse Tyson on.
Tour of the universe that is in stores now. It is great to have you. I mean, hearing those lawmakers there, I thought one of them raised a good point. If you don't know what it is, how can you tell us what it's not? I mean, what is your take on what we've been seeing pop up?
Yeah, they do look like big drones.
I agree with the sentiment.
They are. It's not just like $5, like a $30 Chinese drone off Alibaba. Clearly, they are larger drones. Professional, probably several $1,000s, but still within the range of regular civilians could afford those things.
That if people cannot identify what they are, you're in no position to say whether they are or are not a threat. So I don't get
the drone that outran a police helicopter. No, they can move that fast. They can. Have you ever seen the drone races? You ever watch any of those drone racing competitions? They can move, dude. They can move hundreds of miles in seconds. They can take off totally nuts. I mean, they're super, super fast. They can absolutely outrun a helicopter. The video's not loading properly. Hold on. No. Video. Jesus Christ, great video player, dude. Not you, sorry, the news station dude. Okay, why do these all suck? Why do they suck at this? I want some UAP information. What the I don't want notifications on the Tucson KGUN ABC affiliates website. All right, never mind with that. So UAE has been able to fly 40 miles per hour headwinds and still maintain 100 miles per hour airspeeds. During the extended surveillance, the UAS never displayed signs of reduced power or weakening power supply. It was clearly not a store-bought, phone-controlled UAS. So, I mean, there are drone enthusiasts who absolutely know how to build drones that can absolutely do this. Yeah, it's, you're not going to get something like that right off the shelf. You buy the frame, you buy the motors, you got to have a controller chip that, keeps everything. Maybe even you can get open source. You can probably get open source controller technology, right? So you got to have all that, right? But there are enthusiasts who easily could build something like this. Easy. No problem. I don't mean to undercut what you're saying. I don't mean to, I'm just saying this is all within the realm of human possibility. No doubt about it. All right, folks, we actually did it. Full fucking stream. Look at that. 5 hours in, we did it. Full fucking stream. Oh yeah, there's drone enthusiasts. They do all kinds of fun stuff. But there you go, folks. That's the News Underground. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Big props to everybody in the chat. Your boy Lenny. Thank you for sticking out the whole stream. Bong and stuff. Elden Lore Hoarder. Star Troopian. Ice King of Space. Addicted to Mosh. Greg 17 Prime. Your boy Chem Goblin, your boy Davey, your boy Woke Patriot, who wasn't here today, but that's okay. He's got a life. He's got shit to do. Female Eunuchs, thank you so much for coming back, Female Eunuchs. Very much appreciate it. Nicholas, thank you, Nicholas. Krail of Xanath, you're awesome. Krail of Xanath, big props. Who else in this motherfucker? Right don't play fair. That's for goddamn sure. The right don't play fair. And you know what? We got no choice. We got to meet them on that battlefield. Maybe the left shouldn't play so fair sometimes, right? We do have to be careful about that. It is a slippery slope, but we shouldn't be leaving ourselves defenseless. Ponder Monkey, big props to you, Ponder Monkey. So good to see you guys. All you folks. Simply Steve. All you grifters on Kick trying to rip me off and get me to buy viewers, thank you so much for coming in. Good Guy Dari, thank you, Good Guy Dari. Gaius, big props to your boy Gaius. Cats all the way down, you're awesome. Big props. iPlatinum, all the OGs. I love seeing you folks coming in. It's really great. Sir Smoke a Lot Denmark, thank you for coming back. Absolutely amazing to see you folks. But look, the lesson is clear. Political change requires sacrifice. That's why being a political activist is a lifestyle. It's not a recreational activity that you do every 4 years. If we want real change, we have to dedicate ourselves. We have to sacrifice. We must join the struggle. Nonviolent direct political action is actually quite easy. There's a 3-step program that I have devised. 1, inform yourself. You're here. You've done it. Congratulations on completing step 1. Step 2, put your name down. Find an organization that you like and put your name down. Volunteer. You're not going to change the world, but you can be a small part in that momentum. Step 3, put in the fucking work like Charlie Kirk. The time for pussyfooting is over, right? It's been over for a while, but it's really over now. Okay? The people in your life that are not political, shame them. The people in your life that support fascism, shame them. Become the elephant in the room. Become the fighter for liberty and democracy, and encourage everyone in your life. Look, get more honey than vinegar, right? You want to be Mr. Nice. You're not an asshole like me. I agree with all that. Do the best you can. But you must inspire people not only with your words, but with your actions. We must have the mentality that even if we are the only ones out there, we stand for morality. We stand for liberty. We stand for democracy. We know what is right and wrong. We will not be gaslit into delusion and apathy. I will die on my fucking feet. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Welcome to the fight. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much, The Dream. Big props to everybody.